Today is the July 21st work session of the Board of County Commissioners. In the room here, Commissioner Patty Clapper and I are here in person, and John Peacock, County Manager. At home on Zoom are Kelly McNicholas Curry, Greg Postman, and George Newman. And joining us, we have Sheriff Joe DeSalvo and Public Health Director Karen Kuhneman. And our first order of business today is a discussion about the public health order enforcement.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And I think we're going to take some liberty today to combine both the enforcement discussion and the overall update on COVID-19 for the board. And how we'd like to do this is, as the board's aware, you approved budget for a consumer protection program that has enforcement elements to it. And so what we thought we'd do is start off with an overview of that program and where we're at in development and the process there. Talk about some of the key enforcement challenges that we are experiencing. We have Joe DeSalvo on. The board had a desire to talk about law enforcement's role. We thought it'd be important to have this broader context of the consumer protection program for that discussion. Joe has visited with APD, who has expressed a willingness to come and talk to the board. We thought we'd start with this conversation first. And then Tracy Truelove will be joining us to talk about communications and a communications update. So a little bit different format today, if that's all right. And Karen, I think you are going to take lead on talking about the consumer protection program. So I need to give up my screen. And then at the bottom, you should have a green share screen button. Are you seeing that on yours? Does Karen have sharing?
She should be able to, yeah.
And poor Karen has been working in maybe 5 different online modes, and the buttons are all in different places.
And I'm horrible at all of them, so I'm just admitting that right up front. I see the share screen, and then I think what I don't have on my screen is actually the presentation. So
yeah, if you pull that up.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, yes. And I think if you hit present, it'll go full screen on ours. Well done.
Okay. All right. So thanks everyone for letting me join in today. And I am going to be sharing with you a little bit about the build out of the consumer and employee health protection team. Brian Doherty is really leading the effort around this and was unable to join us on this call. So I'm presenting his presentation that he just shared for the first time with the town of Snow West Village last night to talk a little bit more about what's been going on with this program. So I'll launch in and do my best to share with you. And then if there are real technical questions or detailed questions, I'll probably have to pull in team members to be able to answer those, but I'll do my best. So as John said, we really wanted to frame up the conversation when we think about the public health order in general. You know, it is a pretty fascinating process to have an order like a public health order come into a community in which it's constantly evolving and changing. You know, it probably changes every 2 to 4 weeks. And it is, and we're expecting, in essence, all of our partner agencies in our community to understand a constantly evolving order, and then to really be able to help educate and have some compliance around that order. And so I guess I just want to frame up that this is hard. this is really hard for public health. It's hard for our partners in law enforcement. It's hard for the community and our businesses to understand the nuances of the public health order, and then to be able to really be able to help educate and have a compliance and perhaps an enforcement component of this. And when Tracy talks about communications, I think we'll see that there are avenues and ways that we can help educate the community. But as things are changing with data and things are changing with what we know about SARS-CoV-2, just as a virus and how it interacts, and trying to shift our strategies based on the new knowledge that we have, it is a rapidly evolving process. And I just, again, want to kind of acknowledge that out to all of you, as well as the community, that that this is hard. This is really hard work, and so we're doing our best that we can to help everyone to best understand what it's really going to take to reduce the spread of SARS-CoV-2 through our community, and this is one of our approaches. So the Pitkin County team, as I mentioned, Brian is now the manager of this program. We job shifted him. He was our environmental health specialist, doing on-site wastewater treatment system permitting and inspections, as well as some air quality work, and really have moved him over into supervising this team due to his extensive experience with the food retail program. And this is, in essence, a little bit modeled after that kind of program. And we have recently, through the benefit of having the BOCC approve a budget, we have been able to hire 2 consumer protection specialists, and both of these team members are now on staff, and they are going through a pretty rigorous onboarding and training process so that they can be on the ground soon. And in fact, I think Joanna is already doing some on the ground work. The city of Aspen also budgeted for their own team to focus really in on the municipality. CJ Oliver, as the environmental health manager, is overseeing that team, and they are in the process of hiring 2 positions that are really rough. They're the same positions that we have hired, the same job description. And then they've had this temporary street team kind of doing more of that ambassador program on the ground work, where they're going around and just helping educate the public and businesses on the public health order, and particularly, I think, around some of the mask pieces, as well as the business safety plans. So those are the 2 teams in place. We have really dedicated the Pitkin County team right now to unincorporated Pitkin County, as well as the town of Snow West Village and Basalt. So that team is really outside of the municipality. And really looking at the goals that we have, so this is ensuring all businesses have submitted their business safety plan. That is a really critical part to the compliance and education program. It's actually a part of a requirement in the public health order that all businesses have to submit this plan. And in addition to that, the safety plans link to the specific guidance for that sector. So a restaurant has a specific guidance that they need to follow. A retail clothing store has a specific guidance that they need to follow. And so the business safety plans link out to those guidances, and per the public health order, businesses need to be following those guidance plans. So really, another goal is to have uniform messaging in all businesses for patrons' expectations, and that they are able to, that the team is able to respond to community concerns in a timely fashion and investigate current issues. And finally, there is that compliance piece, and there may be a more stringent enforcement piece or enforcement actions when a business is unable to meet the standards of the public health order. If this works. Nope. Okay, that's not going to work. I can pull this up here. Okay, I'll just move on. This is a flow plan, flow chart that tells what we're going to be doing, but I'm going to just narrate that instead. So again, this is really a model after the retail food program, but obviously expanded way beyond restaurants. We're really looking at all sectors and all major businesses in the community. That we are doing visits And those are responsive either to complaints or there are just random site visits that will be happening. And the goal is to visit all the businesses that are currently operating. That there are criteria for compliance. Again, mentioning the business safety plan that all businesses are required to have on file with the county. That we have specific guidance, as I mentioned, those are actually all found on the website as well, and those are shared with that business. We have the public health orders that, and the public health order in essence has that piece around that all businesses have to have a safety plan, they have to comply with the safety plan, and they need to have a compliance around the guidance that is specific to that sector. And then we also have the state of Colorado public health orders that may play a role if our public health order is silent, the state public health order kind of fills in that gap. We also have been, as I said, going through a process of training the staff to complete a thorough inspection and interview. And this includes things that they're going to be looking for, which include signage and the business safety plan on file in the business itself. That they'll be talking with businesses about employee health. They'll be talking about mask usage and social distancing, sanitation, and just being able to answer questions for businesses. Because again, we recognize that this is all new. This is really a new world for all of us. And a lot of times businesses aren't, they're not intentionally not complying with a public health order. They just may not have all of the information or understand exactly what it means. So we want to be able to help support them and educate them in that. And then the violation process right now is as follows. We're still going through, I would say, a process of refining this, but really we've been looking at to date really egregious actions against the public health order, and that those would be documented. They're either going to be documented on the ground by law enforcement or by the consumer protection team. If they're super egregious, then we may just exercise our authority to shut down the business right away. If there are things that are more minor or things that we feel like there's a lot of ability to change really quickly, then the violation process would be as follows. We would have a second visit 2 to 3 days later looking for corrections to issues seen at the first visit. If there were still issues, a warning compliance letter would be issued at that point by the consumer protection team. On the third visit, which would be the second follow-up, 24 hours later, they would be looking for corrections to that addressed in the warning letter. And then we have a couple different avenues at this point. We could go ahead and just close down the business right away. We could also issue a cease and desist order, which would be filed through myself or the Board of Health, or and through leveraging the attorney's office on that. If we did a cease and desist order, we can always move toward a temporary restraining order after that, if that's the direction we would need to go into. And again, we're really focused on the education and compliance piece. Hopefully we don't get to these more stronger enforcements at that point, if we can get to an education and compliance piece on the upfront. And after that, we would have the business plan the business to actually produce a new safety plan, talking about their ability to comply with the public health order, and that the compliance teams would review those plans, and then we would schedule a reopening. That had been the strategy to close that business down. And then to really make sure that the business is ready to reopen at that point before they open up back up to the public. So with that, we do have a collaboration with the City of Aspen right now as they build out their team, where the teams are meeting. The Pitkin County team meets with the City of Aspen's team when they have their team meeting, and vice versa. So we're really trying to create a strong collaboration with the city's team. As far as what we've seen so far, again, these are just 55 complaints since June 26th. Most of the complaints have been within the city core, 73%. 24% have been in unincorporated Pitkin County, 4% in the town of Snowmass Village, and 0% filed for the town of Basalt. And mainly the complaint trends have been around mask usage, crowding, and social distancing, and that's within the business businesses themselves, and then concerns from more the general outside of businesses about the public is that we're seeing a lot of crowding and mask usage is probably a little bit less than people expect it to be. So we've had a couple of concerns that haven't really been a violation of the public health order come in as well. So in a nutshell, that is what the program looks like to date, and try to answer any questions you have.
Karen, it might be helpful too to talk a little bit about what you see as kind of the higher priority. Whoops, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I'll start over. Karen, it might be helpful also for you to comment on what might be some of the higher priority enforcement challenges that you're seeing from a public health perspective.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a number of different things that are built into the public health order. And then, as you're all aware, we have specific orders around isolation and quarantine. And so that folds into our box it-in strategy. And with isolation and quarantine, the risk is pretty high because if someone is in isolation and they violate the isolation order, we already know that they have COVID-19 illness. And so their ability to transmit the virus is pretty severe if they violate the isolation order. And for quarantine, it's not exactly the same, but they're in quarantine because they had exposure to someone who tested positive for the virus, and so they're really again at high risk for spreading the virus if they were to become symptomatic or if they're asymptomatic, and we just don't know. And so really to think about that violation is pretty severe because we know that someone is able to transmit the virus and they're actively kind of doing that because they're violating the isolation and quarantine order, and they could potentially get other people sick. People we care about, our family and our friends and our neighbors, can get sick if people do not want to participate in the isolation and quarantine program. And so we have talked pretty extensively with the sheriff's office, and they are really supportive of doing more enforcement around isolation and quarantine because of the high-risk nature of that program not working. The other place that we are seeing, partnership and place where with limited law enforcement capacity and would like to see a partnership continue is around businesses, and if the businesses are having a hard time complying with the public health order and really having a more maybe a law enforcement component to those. And so when I think about if a law enforcement agency has limited capacity, I would love to continue to work with them on isolation and quarantine and really looking at business non-compliance as a key part for them to be able to put their energies into. Does that help, John?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, George, and then Greg.
Well, thank you. A couple of questions, Karen. It seems like not easy, but being able to monitor retail and restaurants. But one of my questions is, how often will staff be able to get around to construction sites and landscaping sites?
Yeah, it's a great question, George, because they're really prioritizing right now more of the brick and mortar inspections, and because we've just started, I would on more of the construction and like out in the field kind of businesses will be secondary to getting all those brick and mortar inspections or site visits done. But it's certainly on our radar. We're not losing track of that. But those will be the next round once we get the second person trained.
Okay, and then in terms of working with law enforcement, and this may be a question for Joey further down the road here, but how about contact tracing? I know we've had some resistance there, and how are we trying to resolve that issue?
Yeah, this is hard. there's a couple of different components that the team has been experiencing. The first is that people, especially I think when they see a phone number that they don't recognize, don't answer the phone. So that's just, that makes things really hard. Sometimes we are having a hard time getting all the contact information, where people are, I think they're reluctant to share information about people that they've been in contact with. And we've heard from different folks, like sometimes they think they're embarrassed or they're worried. They're worried for multitudes of reasons that they don't want to share that information with us. And I think just for the public to be aware that our goal is to give supports to people who have COVID-19 illness and to ensure that their loved ones, their neighbors, their friends, whoever they're interacting with, aren't at greater risk to get the virus because they're not able to know about the initial person, that the index case that tested positive or has the illness. And so what we're finding is that there's some reluctance sometimes for people to share contacts with us. And that makes the case tracing really difficult, because we really do need people to fully participate, to give us all the information that they have, so that we can then help, again, contain the spread of the virus, but also just let people know that, you might be at risk and your health might be at risk, and this is what we actually really care about as well. And so the case investigation and contact tracing really does take that full participation of getting that full list. And sometimes people just forget too. It's hard to remember who you interacted with or where you went. So we understand that there's always some inefficiency in that process. So we really need people to fully participate as best they can. And then that leads to kind of isolation and quarantine, which is the full end of that BOCC strategy. And if people are reluctant or resilient or resistant to isolating or quarantining, it doesn't allow us to really contain the virus at that point. And so we're seeing a little bit on each end. We're seeing a little bit of people are not answering the phone for whatever reason, that they're maybe not fully participating in the contact tracing, or they're not actually willing to participate in isolation and quarantine. And that makes that strategy less effective. And so with that, it really is on the different ways that we can approach this around contact tracing. One thing that we are going to be working on with this is kind of the intersection between contact tracing and businesses is we have in our public health order that businesses need to keep a list of folks that are attending, if they're going to eat there, so that if there was an outbreak, we would have that list already generated and we wouldn't need to do as much contact tracing. We'd know who to contact right away. And so something we're working on to fold into our business safety plan and business processes is that there's an expectation that restaurants or businesses, if they're having people maybe stay there for longer, not just a retail business, but like restaurants are keeping a list of folks that come in, and that if there was an outbreak, we could easily get that contact tracing done. And there are other strategies that we can employ, but on the law enforcement side, I can let Sheriff DeSalvo talk about this, but it really does get to that isolation and quarantine violation and the participation of law enforcement to help us with that piece.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Greg?
Great. Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Joey, for being here. Thanks, Karen. Appreciate all you're doing. So much has been happening lately. It's great to see you all here. Karen, I just wanted to ask one thing. When you're talking about the inspections of the facilities, the restaurants, I remember the state took over actual restaurant inspections a while back. Are they still doing that? And it's starting to sound like redundancy. I don't know if they're helping us or not, and it sure be great if they did in this case. That was the first question. And the second one was regarding your consumer protection specialists. What can we do to empower these people? I don't recognize any names. I don't know if they're known in the community. How will they appear to the community? Will they appear as officials, or how are we going to give them what they need in terms of tools and visual communication with people so they're really taken seriously?
Sure. I'll tackle the first question first. So It is interesting. There is this intersection, at least in going to restaurants, where anyone who's doing a typical food inspection could be looking for all of the COVID-19 places, things as well. And Brian's created a checklist that sort of mimics the food inspection program with just different things that they're looking for. The state CDPHE is still doing the food inspections for Pitkin County. They came up, I believe, maybe a month ago and did their routine inspections, and they were looking for COVID-19 kind of compliance as well. And their report back to us was that Pitkin County was doing really well. So they were doing everything outside of the city of Aspen. And that they felt like there was really good compliance outside of the city of Aspen. So they did do that intersection, Greg, where they were doing both at the same time. I don't think that because the state's coming in pretty infrequently to do those food inspections, that they're not going to have a strong presence here. And so our program will have that strong presence where we're doing site visits and more active kind of monitoring. So I don't think it's going to duplicate what the state is, but the state will be a good check to make sure that they're seeing the same thing we are in our restaurants. And the city has the same ability, right? Since they're doing their own food inspection program, they can intersect those two programs together as well. And then to the second point, that right now I think we have name tags for our consumer protection folks. I'm sure we can order some sort of official shirt or something that gives them a little bit more presence and authority. I don't know if we've even thought about that yet. Joanna is a local, actually. She grew up here. I'm not sure about the other staff member that we just hired, but they're familiar with the community. They've been in the community. I don't know how much the community is familiar with them, but we have the ability to I guess, any way that the BOCC can help support that, and just letting businesses know that these folks are going to be coming in and visiting.
Great. Well, I just want to put my 2 cents worth in. I think that they're modeling great behavior and appear to be an official and a representative of the community, I think is so important, just so they're taken seriously and heeded, hopefully.
Just, Kelly, I'm going to jump in here real quickly. Given the state of affairs in Portland, Oregon, with federal officials who don't have any identification on them, they're driving in unmarked cars. People don't actually know if they're actually a federal official or not. I think that's really a scary situation there, and people end up not trusting the federal government because of that. And I think if we have good identification on our staff people, and when they walk in a place, people are going to know who they are, and I think that's really important for public trust and compliance.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you both for bringing it up. I'll follow up with Brian and see what we can do to have some sort of more official clothing.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. Gosh, thanks, Karen. It's nice to see you. It's been a little while, and I've been thinking of you a ton. My question is, with regards to the city's program, are there any differences between our two programs, and how does their compliance efforts sync in with our enforcement powers under the public health order? Sure. And I'll do my best, and I may have to get a little bit more information from the team on those questions. And Brian actually just texted me, so I wanted to add this because I think it answers part of your question, is that community development is currently dealing with the construction sites and within Pitkin County, so that follows up on George's question. So Chad's doing that code enforcement work. And then on the CDPHE front, they are enforcing their own public health order, the state public health order, not our own. So if they do see a violation as they do inspections, that would play a role. It might look a little different than when we do our inspections. But back to the city. So the city modeled their program after the program that we developed, and that was primarily because Jeanette from the city of Aspen had been working in our emergency operations center with us and helped us to craft that program. So she helped to create the compliance program for with our Pickens County Public Health team. And then she was able to then bring that over to the city and really duplicate it. So there's really nice alignment in how the programs are structured. I'm sure they'll deviate a little as nuances come up between the city and maybe the rest of what Pickens County staff is looking at. But again, they're meeting every day, and they're really trying to synergize how. So we have the same message, right? We don't want a restaurant in the town of Snowmass Village hearing something different than a restaurant in the city of Aspen. So we really want alignment and strategy and consistent communication between the two different programs. As far as the piece around if the city is doing their own steps for education and compliance, I think that's the intersection we're still trying to work through some logistics on, and how does that then come over to the county when it turns into an enforcement component? So how does Aspen Police Department collect a certain type of evidence, I would say, so that when it comes over into the attorney's office and to myself, we have the information and the different steps, right? The warning compliance letters, all of the different steps in place, so that we can then take the enforcement action if that's what's needed. And I see John Ely's on here as well, so I might defer a little bit to John Ely if there's anything to add. But we do have communication, but I think there's still a system being built out around that. Yeah.
And just a follow-up question to that, I guess, is their primary goal to enforce our public health order, or are they more focused on their ordinances related to the outbreak?
I would say that their primary goal is to do education around the public health order and their own. The only other ordinance that they have that's separate than ours is their mask ordinance, but it actually reads the same as ours right now. So they don't really have anything separate outside of the public health order except that, but I would say it's much more focused on education right now and to support the businesses. And I don't necessarily know if they would be doing any kinds of enforcement outside of maybe their own mask order.
Okay, this could be a good segue to bringing in Joe DeSalvo to talk about the enforcement issues and that whole question about who is responsible for when there are enforcement issues. When they're in the county, we realize that, but when they are in the city or in Snowmass Village, then we get into a gray area where there's been a lot of questions and uncertainty about that. So Joe, could you do whatever presentation you want to do now and kind of be addressing the questions that have been brought up? And welcome to our meeting.
Thank you, Steve. I don't have a presentation. I'm here more to answer questions, but I will comment on some of the things that you just brought up. 55 complaints and 70% of them are in the city of Aspen. I speak to Richard Pryor regularly. It's both our preferences that those complaints are handled by the Aspen Police Department for several reasons. It is their jurisdictional responsibility to do that. I don't want to do their job for them. I think Richard is more than capable of handling this in the way that's directed by City Council possibly, but he is taking the same approach that I am, which is educate and enforce when we have issues like we had this weekend. Somebody was accused of violating a quarantine order. I believe it was Saturday morning, and we had heard that that person was going to leave the county and get on an airplane and possibly infect an airplane full of people. So those are the kind of things that I'm taking very seriously. We were prepared in that case to charge that person if necessary. It turned out to be more or less not what we thought it was. The person was compliant, staying in their room. So I prefer to enforce the egregious violations, whether it's an assault, using your illness as an assault. I would prosecute those people. If you are violating the quarantine order, whether because you're positive or you're just quarantined because you may have been exposed to somebody, I think those are what I'm prepared to prosecute. I think we're focusing a lot on masks. I really don't think that this community is, has a history of tolerance with some things, and I'm really not prepared to follow somebody around for 5 or 10 minutes to see if they put their mask on and prosecute those people. It's just really not the standard of, and the philosophy of this organization for 50 years is not to police in that fashion. So I think we're focusing on masks, and the majority of those seem to be within the city of Aspen, and I trust Richard to do the right thing.
Okay, and then I presume it'd be the same situation with Snowmass Village, that their law enforcement people would be handling things there. They have a much lower number of complaints there, but, and I know they are very public oriented. Their officers are out on foot patrol all the time and everybody knows them. They have a good rapport with the community, I think. So I think that's a natural to have them handling their cases too.
And Steve, I would just add on that the Snowmass Village law enforcement is also very active early on enforcing the quarantine requirements, and we had them on second homeowners and such, and certainly similar to I think Joe and Joe, your discussion with Richard, has expressed willingness to continue to participate in those enforcement actions.
Okay. George?
Yeah, thank you. I wonder, Joey, given now that the governor has imposed a statewide face mask order, the city of Aspen is looking at imposing one geographically, which I think is great. It seems like with those two mandates, along with ours, people should be becoming much more aware and educated, whether they're residents here or guests coming in and out. But I also wonder, understanding your resources are limited, and I agree that you want to really focus on those egregious situations. When we look at our consumer protection staff, when we look at perhaps our in-house enforcement code officer, our open space and trails rangers, how can we better utilize them to help you, Joey?
Well, that's an interesting point. I don't know if we could extend it to the public health order, but I think all the commissioners are familiar with the North Star problem that we've had with parking, and just recently I've more or less delegated my authority to those rangers to write tickets on that stretch of highway. So I can delegate my authority to other people. I don't know if the mask violation is something that I would delegate my authority to at this point. But I do think what I'd like to see, and is possibly, I'm really into these 5 commandments, so to speak, that Karen had put out. I really like them. I think that open space and trail rangers should probably have a packet of those in their pocket and possibly pass. I ride my bike up and down the Rio Grande Trail almost daily, and I see a lot of people that are congregating without masks. So for those people. I think that we can do a lot with education. George, one of the things that I was considering last night, and it sounds cumbersome, but it might be worth it. When Marcy and I rent out our home in California, at this period, before you could even get past the page on VRBO or on our property management site, it tells you basically what you're getting into when you come to Palm Springs. It won't be out indoor dining. A lot of businesses are closed. So, you know, I was wondering if there's a way we can get with the realtors or Realtors Association or maybe ACRA. And when you rent a home, you see those 5 commandments, and you have to sign off that you're going to obey them when you're in town, whether you're in a rental. I mean, we know there is absolutely no rentals here in Aspen anymore. They're filled up, and I'm hearing that sales are up. So possibly when these people come to town and they're renting, they should have in their rental packet possibly the agreement of how you're going to behave when in Rome. And I don't know if that is way too cumbersome for government to take on, but I do think it is a good idea. I mean, a lot of visitors are coming in that I see even on my own street, houses that have been unoccupied for a year, now all of a sudden have people signing leases through December. So I think we have to do our best to educate these people, and I think we can do that through my deputies and Open Space and Trails, possibly with this literature and reminders. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think there's a role for all of us in this, in education. Whether you're Gary's staff, my staff, airport staff, I think there's a role for everybody.
And I would
Yeah,
just,
I know one of my main concerns was, or I think everyone's main concern is, that we've heard it earlier with Karen, is that there's a consistent message that we're all sort of on the same page, whether you're in City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, or unincorporated Pitkin County. So I think that is really a key. And so whatever that philosophy is, that we're all on the same page, we're all sending out the same message throughout the community, and it becomes reinforced, whether it's your department or one of our departments or cities.
And George, I would just add that, and Tracy, oh, sorry, I keep forgetting my microphone. Tracy will be on a little bit later talking about communications, but we do have a lot of consistency, and we have the advantage, I think, of early on being in a structure where we had staff from Snowmass, the City of Aspen, Pitkin County, Basalt, all in that response and communications phase. So I do think we have consistency. Open Space and Trails Rangers have been playing an education function more than an enforcement function. I think everyone's a little overwhelmed with just regular enforcement responsibilities. I think we're all a little bit busier than we expected to be right now. But I do think there's a lot of education. It's something I know, Joe, we've talked about too, the opportunity within your other priorities to pull in that same direction also. So we'll be talking more about that, but that's definitely a concerted effort. Can we all do better as a community? I think so, and that's going to be kind of the ongoing process improvement, particularly as we go into winter.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you, Steve. Hi, Joe. Good to see you. And I just want to, acknowledge you and APD because you guys have been very helpful since, obviously all the time, but ever since March with helping the county in keeping our initial group of Australians quarantined and pursuing business violations that we've known about, as well as egregious violations that the county has followed up on. And I don't want that to go unacknowledged because there has been a coordination here. I also regret that this was a conversation playing out in the press before we all got together, and that, we tend to be chasing this a little bit and probably should have had a discussion about principles of enforcement very early on in our response. But as we all are, we're chasing things down with this, and we're gonna all get on the same page and all get in the right direction. So I really appreciate you coming here today. I guess what I would like to understand, there seems to be alignment on prioritizing the enforcement of quarantine and isolation orders. And I want to understand how that is happening between the two departments now. What is the communication that's taking place with regards to people that are quarantined and isolating, and how, that information is being disseminated and then kind of processed and acknowledged through the sheriff's office?
Kelly, I think that when it comes to a violation of the quarantine order, the one that we had this weekend was squarely within the city of Aspen. And I don't think that's something that I would pass off to Richard to do. I think that is something, I don't really know how it came to public health that somebody was in violation this week, but they were in the city of Aspen. And I did think that was part of my responsibility to go and enforce that, investigate it, et cetera, which I will continue to do. When it comes to those kind of violations, I'm more than happy to help Karen, whether it's in the city of Aspen or not. I think what I'm talking about is the wandering around downtown and looking for violations. I think Richard's got that under control, and I really don't want to be doing that. But those other violations that are clear orders of the public health order, I will absolutely assist Karen and make arrests if needed.
And I would add in there, and Karen, I see Kurt and Jordana have joined also. We typically bring in law enforcement as a last resort if we see someone who's being not responding or such. But we try and work through our contact tracers on enforcement first. We're obviously working with a lot of folks in the community right now. The situation that Joe's referring to this weekend was an escalation where we had a report that the individual was potentially planning on getting on a flight, had stopped responding to our contact trace calls, and that's when we responded that's when we involved law enforcement. So there's an escalation strategy within the contact tracing. And I don't know, Karen or Kurt, if you'd add any more to that.
No, unfortunately, Kurt, I just texted him. I don't know, Kurt, if you could add to that. I actually took the weekend off, and so I don't know all the details of that case.
Karen, I could fill in if he's not there. Basically, I believe the contact tracers made an attempt to contact this person to see how he was doing. He was not responsive. The hotel he was staying at made a comment that they believe he's leaving and possibly boarding a flight. We did everything we can to work with the airlines to see if he was on any manifest. He was not. We worked with the airport to identify him if he was coming through there. We had no information he was going to be at the airport. We then went to his hotel room where we found him, and he said he was thinking about leaving but wasn't going to, and as far as I know, he's probably still here. But he was totally compliant once we spoke to him. I don't have an answer why he wasn't answering the phone, but I think that, as Karen mentioned earlier, I think that's going to happen a lot with people who are contacted by contact tracers.
Okay, Greg, did you still have a question? I think he was next. And then...
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. And Joey, thank you for your responsiveness this weekend. And I know all that goes on behind the scenes that the public does not know about is pretty amazing. And so I'm very grateful for all this. Regarding consistent messaging, I was just thinking a couple of questions. One is regarding modeling best behavior and incentivizing people, or if you have any suggestions on what we can do, because law enforcement help with that, just as guardians of the public health, I haven't seen too many sheriff's officers. I haven't been out much, so I don't know how they're dressing. Are they wearing masks? Are they modeling best practices? What can we do to have them be our guardians? And just as a physical presence, I think it makes sense. And the other question I had is regarding the compliance officers. Will they end up at some point? Have we considered? I don't know if you haven't deputized the rangers at North Star, or what? I'm not sure what the status is that they have, but they can write a ticket. They can be a little bit more of an authority, and they can actually issue a summons, I suppose. Is that something the compliance officers can do? Does this happen elsewhere, or is this a different category of person? And do we, I'd just love to hear what Karen and Joey think about that. If it comes down to it, mainly it's just so they are an authority and people respect and listen to what they have to say.
Well, Greg, I'll answer that because I have to apologize to Karen publicly. When this first happened, I thought the district attorney would be the only one that could prosecute the criminal behaviors of the violation of the 25 code. I did learn that John Ely, our county attorney, can prosecute them as well. I hope I'm right about this, is that Karen or her designees can also write summonses. I don't think they have the time or the training to do that. Sometimes that could be a little confrontational. That probably should go to people that are more trained with what we would call selling a ticket, making somebody feel comfortable that they're getting a ticket and avoid that confrontation. So right now, I feel like I'm the only one, or my office is the only one that has the abilities to do that. I wouldn't want to put something like that on Gary and his staff. I think it's a little bit above their pay grade. And I do think the badge and the uniform adds some heft to the whole thing. So I'm not sure that's something I would want to pass off. I think the education component can be done by just about anybody. As far as visitors that are coming here, when we all arrived here, we had to make adjustments to Aspen. I mean, I know I did coming from the city. I was not prepared for the culture in this community and what it was like. I might be optimistic on this, but I like to think that after a month or two of some of our visitors that are now staying here through the winter will adapt to the way we do it in Rome or in Aspen. And that's my hope, that they'll see what we're doing and we're good at it, and they'll conform the same way we all did when we first came here and we had to shake our California thinking or our New York thinking or our Nebraska thinking. So that might be overly optimistic, which I'm really not ever accused of being, but I feel like that may start to take hold here.
Great, thanks. I think if influencers in the community are modeling best behavior, that may happen sooner.
Yeah,
if you're trying to do what the Romans do.
Yeah, I guess I left out one thing. My deputies are trying to model. A lot of police officers are saying when they make contacts, they don't want to wear masks because it muffles their voice. It's not really a good reason, and we're taking every precaution we can when we make contacts with people.
And
Okay.
Thank you.
Steve, do you mind if I just add in, particularly as it relates to visitors, I think we all need to keep in mind, too, that it's really, really difficult for individual local jurisdictions to have consistent messaging, because visitors are oftentimes coming in, say, to Denver and traveling around the many wonderful places in the state. And if the state doesn't have a consistent message on this, it becomes really difficult for each individual local jurisdiction to communicate whatever differences there are. So it compounds it. I think there's probably a strategy for all our local communities, particularly our rural resort communities, to keep pressing for consistent messaging and rules, frankly, from the state that can be communicated to our visitors. We've seen how effective it is, like when New York puts out a message as a state, how that gets communicated broadly. When Pickens County puts out a message about visitors, it doesn't. But if Colorado did, I think it would. And so I still think advocacy from the board for some consistency statewide would be really helpful with this visitor question.
And we continue to ask for that.
Yep. Yep.
Greg, I was going to ask the same question. What kind of influence is the board having on the governor these days? Are we I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I assume those communications are happening.
Joey, I can say from my personal experience, I haven't talked to the other board much about this other than in public meetings, but personally, I am in communication with lobbyists or with the governor's office or with people who are influential with the governor. I send information. I give them my opinion fairly often for what it's worth. But I do see he's moving in the right direction. So I'll take credit for it. How's that?
Thank you.
So, and the county, we did just send a letter that I signed on and Marky Butler signed on as the chairman of the Board of Health, and that just went out yesterday. So we're going to go to Patty. Patty's been very patient.
I've been very
Thank
quiet
you.
over here. I was at the airport yesterday flying in from, from California. And just so everybody knows, the service on United was great. The plane was packed coming back. People all wore masks, and the flight attendants. I mean, it was really well handled. Coming into the airport, there's signage as you approach. Coming into baggage claim. ACRA has a presence there with masks and information, hand sanitizers. There was one gentleman out of all the people waiting for baggage that did not have a mask, and I didn't know how to approach him. Or to approach him. And I think some members of the public are wondering how they might be able to, if they see someone who may not understand our wearing of masks and our social distancing. I just kind of kept looking at the man, kind of pointing to my mask like, don't you get it? And he was very uncomfortable and looking away. So I don't know if he had a medical reason to not wear a mask or he just was choosing not to. But I was impressed that everybody in the room, the people behind the counters for the rental car, everybody inside the airport and outside, except when they got to cars who were picking them up, had masks on. Same thing I experienced in the Denver at DIA and at the Orange County Airport. Was not quite as compliant as I saw at DIA, but traveling. So I'm not sure how we advise our public when they're in a situation where someone isn't wearing a mask. It made me uncomfortable for this gentleman to be standing in that room with all these people without a mask. And I think I have the authority that I could have gone over and said something, but he did not appear to be someone who was approachable for me. So I don't know if we have any advice for the public as to, do you step away, do you walk away? We can't call every time we see someone without a mask. I mean, that would overwhelm our system. But as I know, members of the public feel like there might be something that they can do. I just am not sure how to advise them.
Patty, I think I could at least help with that. I mean, John Peacock is familiar with a story that happened to me at the Hickory House a few weeks ago, and my rap, and this is what I would ask people to do, I really was hoping we could empower locals on this when we first got into this pandemic, and use our locals to spread the message. What I usually say is, excuse me, but we worked really hard here in Aspen in March, April, and May to flatten our curve. We did a really good job of it, and most of it was done by some self-quarantine and masks. Would you please wear your mask here if you want to be part of this community? That's the best way to fit in. And that kind of education I've actually had some success with, is just saying that, we work really hard at this, please help us sustain that. It doesn't need to be confrontational. If it does, please just leave. But I think there's a real polite way to say that, we're watching out for other people that live here full time. You may be a visitor, you may be a second homeowner. The person I said that to most recently said, well, I own a second home here. And I said, great, then you could be local just like the rest of us and wear your mask and comply with the five commandments, as I call them, that we put out. So it almost invites them to be one of us, which most visitors who come here want nothing more than to be one of us. So I think that for that to happen, they need to act like we do. Rarely do I see a local without a mask. In fact, I would probably say that that's like seeing a zebra on the moon. But I do think that we could educate our visitors and using the leverages that we have as locals to say, we love our place and we comply, so please do it with us.
Yeah, I agree. I agree fully, Joey, and I want to get that statement out so anyone who's watching our meeting today. The other thing that was part of the op-ed that the board did, Steve signed, that was really well written around the 4th of July, was a very carefully worded, sensitive statement about we have regulations here that we are asking you to follow. If you're uncomfortable following our regulations, please come back and visit us at a time when we are through this pandemic. And that's a way of saying, if you want to be here and enjoy our beautiful place, please help us keep it a beautiful, safe place. And if you don't want to follow the rules and regulations, we'll welcome you back at another time with open arms. And I think that's a great way of letting the public know that we, like you just said, Joey, we want you here. We want you to be part of us, part of this effort. And if you're not comfortable doing that, it's harmful to those of us who have made such great strides in trying to keep this area safe. So thank you, Joey.
We do still have Tracy on for the communication. Oh. We do still have Tracy on for the communications
Yeah, I
update
just see
when
that
you
George
guys are
has.
ready to
Okay.
transition.
So let's go to Kelly and then George.
Thank you. I've moved outside, so hopefully there won't be as much background noise. I guess, I just want to hone in on where I think the board needs to just come to a statement on. And, to prelude that, I'll say that I've been reading some pretty wonky stuff lately, and something I recently read from 100 years ago defines morals as obedience to the unenforceable. And so I think that is the angle that I'm hearing that we're requesting the public to pursue with regards to certain aspects of our public health approach. And, I'm struggling with that a little bit, in the absence of this kind of moral, ethical, personal behavior and compliance, that's where kind of legislation fills that vacuum. And so on one hand, I'm hearing the board say that, enforcement of the isolation and quarantine orders is, appropriate. That's part of our public health orders. Everyone's on board with that. The sheriff will take the lead on that. Yet the other aspects of our public health orders, like social distancing and wearing of masks, is maybe less important. I think that's the message that's coming from this a little bit if we don't actively enforce it. Not to say that, I don't prefer that the communities just self-comply, and most people are. So are those few that are not complying causing a big enough risk to which we have to fill that moral vacuum with an enforcement approach, or are they not? So I guess I would just say that I fully support what Joe has presented, but to push back a little bit, I just say, well, then why can't our enforcement agencies help us do that same thing? I'm happy to keep a stash of masks and hand them out to people and say, listen, we love having you here, but this is what our rules are and this is how we're being successful. But why can't law enforcement help us do that too?
I think they are.
Kelly, I'm more than happy to. I think a baby's coming. I thought we were about to see a baby. Kelly, I'm more than happy to do as much as I can, but I just have to remind the board that I have to prioritize this. you know, that enforcement function among the others that I have. I can't believe how busy this county got in the last month and a half. It seems like 4th of July is here till December. So my calls for service are up, mountain rescues are up, court security is just starting. I'm not going to bore you with my other responsibilities.
Yeah. No, we're outnumbered.
We are outnumbered, and it fits, we'll do it. But lately, we haven't had a lot of spare time for this kind of work. So, but I will say I'm working on some plans, and I'll let you in on them when the time is right. But right now, life safety issues are taking priority over the mask.
Okay, George?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I mentioned this earlier, and maybe Tracy can add to this conversation. That again, given Governor Polis's new mandate, new order that everyone in public space must be wearing masks, it seems that that gives us a little more oomph in terms of. It's not just a Pitkin County, it's not just the city of Aspen or Town Snowmass Village, it's the state of Colorado. And if we have that signages at the airport and throughout all of our businesses, that should help us tremendously, I would think.
Thanks, George. Hi, everybody. I think there's not anything we can't put out that's going to be useful to remind people. I can tell you that I've noticed that the highway VMS boards are even mentioning it. So if you're coming to visit, you really can't miss what the message says. I do think for people, though, there's always a little bit of confusion around the indoor conversation versus the outdoor conversation. You guys have really already had a little bit of that here. The airport has a lot. There's a lot of things out there already. The teams out there are doing a good job talking to people about it. So I don't know what other things we would put out. We've got them on sandwich boards. We have a huge pop-up kind of display that the city did that says wear a mask that we're going to stick out there at the airport that you can't miss when you come through there. I'll be honest, there's a certain level of common sense that comes with this that people can't be missing. I just, and I get it's just they're inundated with information, but there's that personal responsibility piece that we've talked in depth with the public health team about, and also just how one of the things that we're asking is behavior change and communications to drive that, and that's probably one of the toughest things that we can do as communicators.
But George, to your point, I think the state putting out the mandatory mask order and amplifying that conversation is going to improve that compliance. I think it's going to reduce confusion. I think I wish it would have come sooner, but it's come. And so I think, though, what we're going to see is probably over the next couple weeks what the impact of that is. And so I think you're exactly right. And I do think the state has some resources. I think we need to keep pressing them on that consistent messaging because it only helps us. Our current mask order is still a little bit more restrictive, I think, than the state's, and so ours is a little bit nuanced. But just having the message out there, wear masks, this is what you do in Colorado, helps us with our visitors, no doubt about it. And Patty, I know you just came through the airport. Did you think the mask message was pretty well delivered?
Well, yeah,
there?
the fact that everybody was wearing one, except for the one gentleman, they didn't get off the plane and take them off. They carried them through until they were out getting into their vehicles. But yeah, it was very clear, as it was at DIA, I believe too. I mean, I transferred at DIA, but people were pretty compliant, and also social distancing was obvious at DIA, which is also part of the game. One of the things that I was really thinking about masks, having just come from California, where people, they're like, again, their bikinis are smaller than their face masks. But it was kind of interesting. I don't know if they're interchangeable out there or not, but there wasn't very good compliance with mask wearing, and their numbers, as we know, are going up. So I would like to see us do an indoor-outdoor mask ordinance for 4 weeks and just see what happens with our numbers, and we know that they would come down. Just for the confusion part, just wear it. When you're out and about, wear it. You know, if you're hiking a trail, you need to breathe, you can take it off, take some, but you know what, the trails are narrow, the trails are packed, you're still passing people that are huffing and puffing. There's a transfer of, you know, air there in those spaces. And for me, it would just be a matter of just wear them. Just wear them for 4 weeks, and let's see what our numbers do. Inside, outside, except in your privacy of your own home or your own automobile, because I know that would make a dramatic impact onto our numbers. And you'd get in the habit.
And I know
to
we're
throw that in.
getting
Sorry,
run out of
Tracy.
time, but I wonder if the board would be, oh, I see Kelly's hand up. I was going to try and pivot to the communications discussion.
I'll just say quick follow-up on Patty. I was wondering if that was going to be a discussion at the Board of Health about just either simplifying the mask order, you know, so, yeah, that was it.
So.
You want me to weigh in on that, Kelly? Or-
And I have one
so-
one last question, I guess would be more for Karen. I've spent the last couple of months having breathing difficulties, and sometimes when I would have my mask on and it was hot out, it would be hard for me to breathe, and I'd have to sort of sneak a breath, you know, scoot the mask down so my nose can get a little more air or something. But if someone does have a medical issue and just cannot wear a mask,
They're exempted.
I know they're exempted, but then people look at them funny and glare at them and try to make them feel bad. Do we have some system where people who do have a medical reason could have some kind of an identification on them that would say, you know, I'm medically exempted or something like that?
I don't think that doctors are issuing those. I think it's more a matter of, I would recommend to people, Karen, I'm just going to intervene, that people who have medical issues and have difficulty wearing a mask still have a mask on them for their own protection. So if they come into a crowded place, they can momentarily, or people at least see that they have a mask on their person. I mean, it makes me feel a lot better if I see people wandering around where I can actually see the presence of a mask rather than, oh, it's in my backpack or in my back pocket. You know, it takes you some time. So I personally would recommend people that have medical exemptions to just have a presence of a mask, because there may be a circumstance, be it short-lived, that they may want to slip that mask up over their face.
That's a good idea, Patty. I like that idea.
So Karen, hopefully I just answered your question for you.
That's a fine answer, and I think just, yeah, for the public to be aware, it kind of goes back to your first question or statement, Patty, of how do you approach people. And I think also, I would want people to have empathy and compassion for others that may have compelling reasons not to be wearing a mask, and to just sort of always have that in the forefront of your mind as well, that there may be, and I like your solution, Patty, of, you know, if you just have the mask available, but there are exceptions, and I think we just want to acknowledge that those exceptions are important, and we don't ever want to get into a situation where we're violating Americans with Disabilities Act or anything like that, where we really want to ensure that people have the ability to do what they need. And to the question about mask for the Board of Health, so our plan is to bring a proposal to the Board of Health on Thursday that we remove the 10-minute rule. There's some compelling reasons scientifically to do that, so we'll bring that to the board. I think that does help with clarity. It just makes it much more simple, right, for the general public to know that the 10-minute rule is not going to be in service. We don't plan on advocating removing the 6-foot rule right now, and there's some reasons behind that as well, especially if the city of Aspen decides to do a zone, in a dense area, that makes a lot of sense to have just, a mask up, like, regardless. But I would say that still, when we look at being out, on the Rio Grande Trail and riding your bike, is really, truly a low-risk scenario. And so if you are still able to maintain 6-foot distance from someone else on that bike trail, and you're just passing them really quickly, the risk of transmission is so low that we really feel like that 6-foot rule outside of the urban kind of dense core makes a lot of sense. And so that'll be our proposal based on the research we've seen, and we'll see kind of what the Board of Health thinks of that.
Okay, and one last thing, I'm going to go to Tracy. I know that you were trying to send some slides that, and I presume those were to look at during this COVID-19 discussion. So do you have those available that, do you want to talk about them now?
I can try to share my screen. I've run into a couple of challenges with that. I don't know why, maybe the different platforms, but I don't know. Is Andrew running the meeting for Pitkin County today or no?
Jordan
No?
is. Yeah.
Jordan
Jordan's
is.
here.
Yeah.
Jordan is. Okay, I sent him to Andrew, so let me see if I can share my screen. I only have a couple, and there's some you've seen.
So Jordan did, I saw that he was getting the message. He was writing back to you.
Oh,
Yeah, that's great, Tracy.
Oh.
I did it, huh? All right. So, well, thank you for having me today. I appreciate a couple minutes of your time. And one of the things I wanted to share with you right off the bat, because I think this is pretty fascinating, is that when this whole incident started on March 8th, I believe the Friday before that, the public health Facebook page was brought into existence. So they didn't even have a social media, presence at the time. And I just wanted to share with you kind of what we're seeing. So this was early July numbers, but for weekly impressions, over 17,000. And so that's people engaging with the content that we're putting on our channels. And that is not only Facebook, but it's Twitter and also Instagram. And then over a 28-day span of time on social media, you're seeing we have almost 100,000 impressions of people hitting on all the information that we're sharing and putting out. I'll just go through real quickly a couple of things that you've seen over and over again. We've definitely decided that the 5 commitments, I kind of love that Joe was calling them the commandments. That might have gotten us a little bit more push with people, but this has really been the umbrella that we're still are guiding, light behind what we're trying to get people to do. And again, I go back to saying it is a simple message. It really is. It's just that we know that it's being politicized, a little bit further out. John's probably sending me a note because is my screen not showing?
No, we got it.
No.
Oh, we got it. Okay, we're good. And, we've done a lot of work for, the business safety checklist, the roadmap to reopening, the 5 criteria. We've done a lot of work with our Aspen Valley Hospital partners with the testing conversation. And then I always like to throw this slide up because when I hear from people that they don't know where to find information, I'm usually surprised by that because we have a lot of really active channels, including our website. And we're talking as a team about potentially putting a newsletter into the mix to kind of push information out to folks. We know a lot of people have signed up for the Pitkin Alert around COVID, and we know that we've been using that sparingly, and we're talking about, again, if there's an opportunity to provide a weekly update with what the new information is for the week, because it is still a pretty dynamic situation that we're running into. Another thing that we've really looked at with the public health team is how to engage the state and talking about a bigger campaign around, like you're saying, there's all these things they're starting to do now, but is there some power behind the state that we can get to help us look at that behavioral change conversation that would cross, all county lines? And we're really working closely with Eagle and Garfield County now on a potentially strategic communications plan with them, just again to kind of take our reach a little bit further. The other important thing to know about the communications team, when we stood up the Joint Information Center on March 16th, we were about 12 to 15 people at any time. And now we have definitely under the county umbrella, we've condensed ourselves down to there's about four and a half of us. And I think the way that Phyllis was talking about it, it's probably about 2.5 FTEs total working on communications. But what's challenging in that is that the amount of communications needs and desires has not gone down. And so we are really just kind of trying to work closely with public health to prioritize what it is that we want our community to be focused on. And, for example, we know that contact tracing is a big piece of the conversation now. So we're working pretty closely on a material to send into the primary care physicians and the respiratory clinic to help people understand a little bit more the whole steps about testing and then contact tracing and isolation and quarantine. So I think I can stop sharing. stop share.
Steve, I have a question. Steve?
And come back and really just kind of find out what else it is you would like to know. I've had some great conversations with you. There's some really good grassroots ideas that I think keep coming in that, again, I try to bring into the communications team and determine whether it meets the objectives of the public health team and around communications, or if that really is something that our community can take on and run with. And so there's a lot of that kind of distilling of information coming in that we're trying to do on a daily basis. So that was a quick rundown. That was me talking really fast.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. And Patty has a
Yeah,
question.
Tracy, I've received not a lot of calls, but contacts from people who live outside of Pickens County and appreciate Pickens County's information. Is there a place on any of our multiple media sources of information where people can go to find out how they contact what's happening in Eagle County, or what's happening in Garfield County, or what's happening in Glenwood Springs? Because I don't know how to answer their questions, what their public health mandates or specifics might be, and I'm not sure how to get them to, other than to say, well, find the Garfield County website and it should be on there, but I don't. Is there anything that we provide on our website that would direct people to those websites?
You know, that's a great question, Patty, and I'll go look if there's a way to link to those resources. We've added so much to that site, I'm not sure, and also not sure if maybe it's a button that gets people there, but I know that Garfield and Eagle do have pretty active websites and some information, so I'll go back to the website and take a look.
Great.
I hadn't really thought about making an easy stop for people, but I do think linking back to resources is an easy way to guide people to those other places.
And does Glenwood Springs, does their city have a website that might, because I know that Glenwood Springs has taken different actions in Garfield County.
You know, I have not seen a lot of information on COVID coming out on the city of Glenwood Springs site. Garfield County does have a pretty active page, and they actually also are using their alert system to put out almost like a blog format. And our team is talking about adding that into our toolbox.
Okay.
If it's a blog gives you a little bit more opportunity to have information updated more quickly than maybe the normal website. So we are looking at the opportunity to do that. The newsletter conversation that we're kind of kicking around is also more of a push communication out to people, right? You would opt in to receive it, but again, it would have lots of links to resources. And so we're looking at how to potentially launch that here in the next week or two.
We could get.
Oh, hey, Rich.
Okay, thank you. And
Thanks, Tracy.
thanks, Tracy and Joey and Karen, very much. We do need to move on to another important discussion here. So that was really a good discussion and update on the COVID-19 situation and the mask order and all the various things that are going on right now. And well, now we have the 5 commandments that came from a burning bush somewhere here in Pickens County. So
Can I just make one comment?
Yeah, go
before
ahead,
we
Kelly.
move on? I just want to share some conversation about surrounding like statewide messaging. You know, with that has been occurring among CCAT, which is counties and commissioners acting together, and I think that I guess I would just say I think we are going to be best served to like focus on like real strength among our regional partnerships. Eagle, Garfield, even a little bit more surrounding or rural resort, because there is a tremendous opposition to the governor from other parts of the state, including like the creation of a Freedom County caucus, who are pushing against some of these statewide orders. So I do think that there is real worth in pursuing a unified message in the areas where we can be unified, and that is our rural resort and our regional partners. And, we may just have to let go of some of that from across the state, because there are just some real backlash happening that the governor is going to have to contend with, particularly around the mask order. So that's just my 2 cents.
And
Okay.
if I can add really quickly before, I know you need to move on, but Kelly, I think we've recognized that and are really trying as best we can to have a really regional approach to all of the work we're doing, whether it's testing or contact tracing or messaging, and even our mitigation plans that we need to submit to CDPHE. We're trying to find some sort of common alignment between at least Fairfield and Eagle, but looking at our other rural resort communities, I do think we have some power in that voice, and we're recognizing that. So we will continue as best we can from a public health perspective around that.
Yeah, and I'm happy to advocate along those lines, anything you need.
One more thing I forgot to mention also before you move on is that public health is really working on the Latinx outreach. We recognize that there's a lot of groups here in the Valley. How do we capitalize on their reach? And so there's a lot of effort being put into, again, how we spread that message further. So I think it's good for you all to know that that is happening, and in that we have a really engaged group that's working towards that.
Okay,
Great.
thank you, everybody. Moving on our agenda, we have a preparation for joint meeting with the City of Aspen, which will be on August 4th is our Aspen meeting.
Yeah, so thanks, Stephen. I think we may not need the 30 minutes, but we may need to prep a little bit of time before going over to the City of Aspen on the 4th. Right now, there is one main topic that was proposed by the, at least at the staff level, and it really has to do with our REMP funding and core funding, and how we're coordinating between the city and county. Just a couple of things. As we have changed our codes so that we are requiring more efficiency. It affects the REMP collections going forward, potentially in the county. We've also increased those fees, so we're waiting to see exactly where that falls out. But we do know that there is potentially a structural deficit issue with how we've been funding core and how our REMP funds are coming in. And core, and George could probably comment on this more, core has been doing planning around that. So there's a desire, and George, I think I'm framing this up correctly, really have a discussion about how we transition with the city and county funding and where core is going in the future and developing potentially other funding resources. Might ask George, I know you've been involved in those discussions from the core perspective.
George?
Right. The core board is having a retreat on Thursday, and we're going to be focusing on new revenue sources and also looking at prioritizing our programs given our reduced budget for 2021 and 2022 specifically, and 21 and 22. And so we'll have that presentation at our work session next week, and that should, I think, help set the stage for the joint conversation. This was actually a conversation that the city council had requested about a month ago when CORE did a preliminary presentation to them. So I think this will help us understand our funding sources, the city's funding sources, and how that may impact the direction that CORE is looking at going in the next several years in terms of being able to meet all of our goals in terms of our climate action plans and reducing our carbon footprint. So we'll see some recommendations from the CORE board of directors in terms of, specifically in terms of budget and programming, and also looking at some ideas for pursuing additional revenue sources. We're not assuming that REMP is going to go away completely, certainly over the next several years, but it may be reduced, and so CORE is going to need to, again, look at additional revenue resources as well as prioritizing what's really important for Pickens County and the city of Aspen in terms of how to best utilize those dollars going forward.
And, you know, the situation is the city has a greater fund balance right now in their REMP fund than the county does. So it's really that transition funding is potentially the city taking on a greater proportion of the core funding while they transition into this new fund, whatever the new funding sources are going to be in the future.
I have another thought.
Okay, Patty?
This could be very brief, or the board may choose not to want to discuss it. Those beautiful signs on Highway 82, the one that sits in front of Cozy Point, and the other one that I think is, the city of Aspen was able to not have them put down Main Street because the city already maintains and cleans Main Street, which is different than us. If we wanted to have them removed from Highway 82, we'd be responsible for maintaining all of the cleanup on Highway 82, is my understanding. But I think the one at Cozy Point we're going to need to have moved anyway because of our new electronic messaging sign. And then there's one by Mountain Rescue that I think is still within the city limits. So I just don't, I've never had the discussion with city council to see how they feel, but if we want to really look at those signs, we're going to need some support, I think, from the city, especially with the one at Cozy Point, to get that one just out of there. So I didn't know if we could, maybe Brian Pettit could do a little, just open the discussion at the joint meeting.
Okay, and Patty, just so you know, we're going to talk about this during open discussion today also about legislative priority to try to get the state to help us out.
Perfect.
But that's
I
a
know we
good
talked
idea
about
to discuss it with Aspen also.
Yeah, since those two signs, I think, are in Aspen's jurisdiction, so.
Any other thoughts from the commissioners on topics you want to talk about with the city council? And one that I thought we should talk about is just a short COVID-19 update, how things are going for the city, how they're going for us in terms of the things we've just been talking about, the compliance, the enforcement. That would be a good opportunity to kind of share information with the city council, since we don't normally get to meet with them right head to head. Okay, any other ideas, commissioners? We could put more on the plate than we can have time to talk about, but let's get the ideas out now. Craig?
It's a longer discussion, but I certainly think the city and the county and some of these entities who are building have plans to build a lot of square footage out at the airport business center and in that vicinity should have a meeting of the minds. There should be more, in my opinion, communication about cooperation and planning for everything that's happening out at the airport business center. The number of housing units going in is actually going to make a significant impact on our community, our transportation. I know people are talking about it. I know people are thinking about it. I want to make sure we're all on task and communicating about that. And I think that's a conversation we should be having with the city council and CMC and the fire district and everyone else who wants to do something out there and has the ability to do something. Perhaps it's a good idea that we all communicate. Thanks.
Definitely, that's a good idea to talk about that. Kelly?
I would put this as a low priority, but I'm interested in hearing about the city's water transfer ATM program and how and the success that they're seeing from that so far. And that can sort of dovetail with what they're seeing on the flows through the city during this sort of low water time of year.
Okay, and John, do we have anything else? Has the city communicated anything to us that besides the the one issue about the REMP funding?
Just the REMP funding and an assumption that there would be some type of COVID conversation, probably.
Okay. All right. I think that we could always add more later. Kelly?
Sorry, I think we brought this up before, but it's been a little bit of backburnered about conversation about the expansion of the housing and childcare tax outside of city limits. This may be not the right time or premature, but it would require both of our jurisdictions to have a vote. So I think it would be interesting to just sense the interest from both boards on that.
That brings up a topic, John, that might or might not be pertinent, but ballot questions on the ballot this fall. I don't know if the city's bringing anything forward, but we could talk about our $20 million bond issue. Now,
That's not a ballot question.
That
is
won't be a
that's not going to
ballot.
be a ballot
That's-
question, though, is it?
Yeah, that's already been approved,
Yeah.
and so
The River District mill levy might be.
yeah,
The
I
River
think-
District, but that might be something we'd like to talk about with the city. Whatever ballot issues are out there that are pertinent to us.
School district, I think, is thinking of one.
Yeah, we're hearing, potentially school district, river district. I think the municipalities are probably up also for renewal on their school funding issues. So we'll track that down.
So how long is the meeting?
2 days.
This is our
Are
annual
you
two-day
assuming meals and
retreat.
pillows and blankies?
Okay, and that really kind of moves us right into future agenda discussions.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. The main thing that we wanted to talk about is more dates and structure for the airport meetings, where we're looking to get public comment on the recommendations from the Vision Committee. I will confess that I hope Molly's not watching, I just recognized one of the proposed dates as our 20th anniversary, so I may plead for a little bit of a change there.
In your anniversary date or in the meeting date?
Yeah, I think it's too late on one. And I think, there's Rich. Rich is on with us, but the purpose of these meetings is really to follow up. The Vision Committee had a meeting where they presented their recommendations and the final report of the Vision Committee for the airport visioning process. And we delayed doing the public comment, particularly at that time, because we were really right in the throes of the initial stages of our COVID response. And now I think, recognize that COVID response is going to be going on for a while, but we do have an opportunity to do scheduled, socially distanced, in-person meetings, as well as what we're doing right now, which is a Zoom meeting, electronic opportunity for those who aren't comfortable or just unable to go into those live settings today. The 3 dates that we have proposed right now are Wednesday, July 29th, which we're proposing as an initial kickoff. And we're actually
It's
proposing
like next week.
to do that on Zoom. August 5th and then August 13th, which we're looking to do at the Door Hosier. The August 5th would be the anniversary date. So if Door Hosier is available, if the board would give us latitude to move that one day forward or back, that'd be awesome. If not, I understand. That's how things go. But that would require adjustments for the board, or we can push these back a week if it's feeling too soon, and we want to have more time to get word out. Rich, particularly the 29th, if we wanted to flip that. Rich, is there anything else you would add from your conversations?
No, I don't think so, John. Thank you. These were kind of the dates we were shooting for. The 29th is rather close, and but I think we can prepare a presentation for you all. Certainly open it up for public comment. But if we're looking to meet face to face, I think we push those out to the 6th and the 13th. And again, I don't know what the public health order is going to be. I guess, John, as far as gatherings go, but unless we hear differently from the board, that was our anticipated date. So.
Yeah, the one uncertainty here, of course, is we are in discussions. Well, we're at least in very preliminary discussions with the state about mitigation strategies and such. And we don't know if that would affect our group size ability or not.
And my other question too would be for the 29th. I mean, if Rich can pull it together, but getting the notice out to the public.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the
and that-
window for them that's tight.
That could be one I think that we could probably push back a little bit. This is what we're shooting for. All these weeks, frankly, for all of us are going by pretty quickly right now.
George?
Yeah, the 29th actually depends on the hours. You haven't discussed the time frame, but the 29th is an action meeting, so that would knock me in or Kelly out.
And I'm sorry, George, we were looking at doing all evening meetings to ensure, so 4 to 7, which
That'd
is
be
typically what we have done with throughout the vision process. We found that got us the best participation. So,
And I would say we should check that because I think that's the 5th Wednesday of July. So APSHA may not have a meeting that week.
All right, great.
Greg?
Just from hearing the conversation, it sounds to me like I don't want to be rushed. I don't want you to end this conversation and go, oh my God, what have we just done? If you need more time, let's take it. Because I think we're also looking at what's happening with the airport now. Just the mix is different. You've got so much general aviation. I don't know how the commercial's doing. I'm just wondering, is there any value in gathering a bit more data or compiling and understanding what's changed on the ground out there in the last few months, and perhaps even try to make a forecast about where this is going. It would be great to have a report on just what's happening at the airport and perhaps how it affects our unrelated to the development of the airport, just the operation of the airport. How's the income mix changing? And there's so many questions there. I just want to give you guys time to pull together what you need. So if you need the extra time, take it. That's my 2 cents worth.
well, what if we did this? Let me throw this out as an alternative to give a little bit more time, but I think to keep this on track. And yes, the first one is self-serving, but if we went August 6th on the first meeting, and Rich, we could look at doing that as a Zoom meeting to do our first one. Then compress the last two, so look at August 13th, which would be a Thursday, and then August 17th, the following Monday. It mixes up days. Doesn't conflict with any of our meetings. And if we did it from 4 to 7, should give a lot of opportunity for people to participate. And Greg, I think to your point, buys us just a little bit more time.
Right. It does occur to me that in the real world, in the old days, August would be the month of vacations and people out of town before school starts. And so I'm just hoping we have participation. My guess is, clearly we have a lot of people in town. Hopefully the locals who've been involved are going to be here. I don't know where they would go, we've turned down every opportunity to go anywhere pretty much. But just wondering if would it make sense to have one a little bit later after the start of school just to include more people? I don't know if that's an issue or not. Just wanted to bring it up.
George?
Yeah, and John, I'm sensitive to your anniversary. I actually just forgot my 40th anniversary.
Whoa, George.
So, but we got over that. So anyway, if
That's
August
why
6th
he's
is the
camping
anniversary,
outside.
I'm gonna get August 6th, the Thursday. So
George's point's well taken. Maureen and I both forgot our 21st last week. So just don't let it happen to you.
August 6th is a Board of Health meeting.
Well, my 43rd was our meeting day on
Sorry,
July
for reference,
14th,
if you
so
didn't
I
know,
announced
so
that
we have-
publicly.
When August 6th is a Board of Health meeting, as Patty's pointing out, too.
I don't know if that's the alternating meeting date, but, you know, Thursdays, we've got them scheduled, just point of note.
yeah, or it could be August 4th. It could be a Tuesday after our work session, or just end it early, or whatever. Anyway, I'm sensitive to keeping
Thank you.
your
Thank you, George.
yeah.
We were wondering why you were outside.
Yeah, he's been outside for a couple weeks now, though, so I don't know.
You know, that August 4th may work, if it's just a Zoom. We could just do it during the regular meeting, right? If we're planning on that, because that would be in the building itself. And ironically, that's actually my anniversary date. Not to pile on.
August 4th is our joint meeting with the City of Aspen.
Yeah, that's our joint meeting with City of
Yeah.
Aspen, so that probably won't work.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay, never mind.
You can come and bring your wife to the joint meeting if you want, Rich. And then
Kelly
go
will
out
make-
to
Kelly
dinner
will make a
afterwards.
cake.
Kelly, did you have your hand up? Somebody did.
Yeah, Patty got to it. Thanks.
Okay.
What?
I just want to actually just be clear. So our expectation for those 3 meetings is we would get a presentation on, you know, the 71 recommendations broken up across the 3 meetings, have a bulk of that time for public comment at each of those 3 meetings, and then at the end of the 3rd meeting would be our discussion and vote.
Correct.
That's kind of the,
And then I would have a question for Rich. Rich, has everybody gotten you their questionnaire on the 70 some odd items?
I have 3, so I won't call out the other 2.
Okay, the 2 who didn't submit them would know who they are. And I presume you're going to use the information from that to kind of then figure out, break the meetings into some topic, logical topics.
Well, yeah, I think the hope was to try to gather kind of where the most energy is on certain topics. But I would think if we're doing the public comment on all 3, we need to be consistent with those presentations on all 3. But it's just to help us kind of formulate, you know, how that rolls out. Unless the board wants to focus on different ones for all 3 and accept public comment that way. But I guess, you know, John and I were talking about trying to keep them all 3 consistent. And really, it's just about the overall recommendation from the visioning committee.
And
So what Kelly said, you know, there's the 15 recommendations with those sub-recommendations under it.
And I would really encourage the board to keep it consistent, because I think it's really difficult for people to, one, just track differences, and it may unnecessarily limit people's participation.
and I need to point out to Rich that in the photocopier today were the other pages of the information I've sent you from California. So it's now on the seat of your chair at your desk on the 3rd floor.
Thank you. I did get that electronically,
You
so I
did?
got
Okay.
yours documented. Thank you.
That was a learning experience at
Okay,
Staples
we're down
and
to
San
4
Juan
of you
Capistrano.
then. That could be in the pool of 2.
Okay, other future agenda items.
Not from.
And I do have one that I noticed that It actually has to do with the Aspen Consolidated District Conservation Easement Plan. It had the second reading a whole month after the first reading. First reading is tomorrow, and then it said August 26th was the second hearing on that. Typically, we would have the second hearing 2 weeks after.
I don't see it on the agenda for the 12th of August.
No, it's not. It's on the 26th.
On the 26th.
And that, they have been in the process for so long, I think we should have them expedite theirs as much as we can by having that on the, I think it's the, I can't remember, it's the 13th, whatever the date is, 2 weeks previous.
Then we need to run that by Rye and see what he has to say. There may be a reason for it.
Yeah, there might be a reason, but if we could check with Rye on that, and if at all possible, I would like to try to do it on August, I think it's August 12th meeting.
That's when we have the second reading. We have a lot that day.
We have a lot, there's a lot of things potentially, unless when any of those are continued to some different date, which we don't know that either. So, yeah, that's what I was thinking too, check with Rye, and maybe there is a logical reason for actually doing it on the 26th.
We will find out.
Okay.
I don't know the answer.
Does anyone else have any other items for future agendas?
There will be an addition to tomorrow's agenda for just reaffirming authority for the sheriff to issue the fire bans. So just a note for the board on that.
Yeah, and if, I don't have the official title of that, but if we could have
We'll have that.
something that I can read the official title on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Ely has prepared that, so you
Okay.
should have a copy.
Kelly?
Thank you. Should we schedule a time for our board to discuss the statewide ballot initiatives and our positions on them? There's quite a few. I know we're being asked for input from other groups we're in.
Excellent idea, Kelly. John's typing vigorously over here.
Yeah, I think we did. I don't know if everybody else received a call from Dee about the wolves, wanting us to support the wolf reintroduction.
Okay.
It will be a meaty discussion. I would leave a decent amount of time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gaps are real, and there's a lot.
Yeah.
Nicotine, tax.
Let's see, it is almost noon. What's the board's feeling right here? We could tackle one perhaps open discussion item. We have quite a few open discussion items we could talk about. And
I have one real quick one.
I was thinking that let's maybe do one or two quick ones right now before 12 o'clock. Patty?
I received a letter, an email from someone who's concerned about e-bike use on Maroon Creek Road with young riders, like ages 7 to 10-ish. One was in an accident at T-Lazy 7. 2 were stopped in the middle of the road on a blind curve. I don't know who to contact or who to forward that letter on to.
Well, it's a county road, so we can forward it on to Brian. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any restrictions based on age, for people using e-bikes on our roads, and they're not considered a motor vehicle.
Well, and I think the bike rental places are sending people up there because I think George brought this up with the increase in bike use because of it's hard to get a bus and the cost of the bus, et cetera, so people are renting e-bikes. But this person is very concerned about the public safety, so I'll send it on to Brian. I just wanted the board to know that I had received that, and I'll send it on to Brian.
along that same line, just yesterday, I was going down Castle Creek Road from the hospital. There were 4 kids on bicycles pulled over kind of on the shoulder, but they were stopped. I'm not sure why they were stopped. Maybe they were trying to cross the road or something. But it was dangerous and there was a lot of automobile traffic coming both directions right then, and it just seemed odd to me that they were at that
They were
location
lost or something.
when they could have been on the bike path on the other side, by the Whitcomb Terrace side. They were just below the Whitcomb
Oh.
Terrace area. And so, I don't know, I was wondering if they had been on our new bike trail on Castle Creek Road and then
Just missed
didn't miss the turn to get over onto the bike trail on the other side is maybe what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think one of the phenomenons that we're seeing with COVID is we all of a sudden have a lot of new bikers or returning bikers, and we have a lot of inexperienced riders, both on the roads and the trails right now. And I'm not sure what we do about that, but it is a reality we all need to be watching while we're driving and recreating, because there's definitely a lot of folks that don't know the rules of the road or trail.
Well, I've also
right
heard
now.
one of the hot spots, if you're really bored and need something to do, is to sit at the boat ramp at Root Eye and watch husband and wives try and back the boats in and out of the boat ramp dock. I hear that's quite entertaining. You take a cocktail in your lawn chair and get entertained.
Okay. Well, that's a good humorous place. We can all take our lunch break and think about
that.
Picture that in our minds. I remember one where somebody backed they went to launch their boat and the boat
Everything.
was still hooked on the trailer. They didn't detach it from the trailer, and the whole vehicle and everything ended up in the drink. It was
I heard
really
the one where
funny
the
when-
wife got out of the car and threw the keys to the truck in the lake and said, "I'm done." Yeah. So who knows?
Yeah, that's how anniversaries don't happen.
That's a good anniversary gift. You can take Molly up there for your anniversary.
Okay, we are due for our lunch break, and
George has already left us to go
we'll
on
be
lunch.
back. Yeah, George went to feed the birds or whatever he does at lunchtime. We're due back at 1 o'clock for our Colorado workforce update, and it's actually much more than just the workforce update. But everybody have a good lunch today, and I have to I actually have to try to figure out how to get lunch here in town. I forgot how you do that. Welcome back, everybody, to the July 21st work session of the Board of County Commissioners. Our first item this afternoon is, well, it's listed as a Colorado workforce update. It's much more than that, discussion about the economy and how local businesses are doing. So Nan Sundin is our staff person in the lead on this, and she can introduce our special guests. So go ahead, Nan.
Great, thank you, everybody. I'm Nan Sundin, Human Services Director, and I'm really excited to have some guests today, Jessica Valland and Carolyn Tucker from the Colorado Workforce Center, and Gabe Preston, who's an individual consultant who's been working on economic indicators. About 2 months ago, I saw this presentation that offered up information about individual and business impacts of COVID, which we experienced right away, of course, with such a dramatic increase in unemployment. And so we worked to set up this meeting. Kara and I are working on individual and business impacts. Gabe is sort of looking at the overall economic impacts, and we thought that this presentation would help you all have the opportunity to consider how we assess all of it and strategize in the long term to address the issues that we're facing. So I'm going to turn it right over to Jessica and let her present, and then Gabe will present, and we'll open it up for conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Nan. Good to be with you all today. As Nan said, my name is Jessica Volland. I'm the Director of Workforce Development for the 10-county northwest corner of the state. I'm with the state's Department of Labor and Employment, and happy to have Pitkin County as one of the 10 counties in the region that I and my team serve. Pitkin is served out of our Glenwood Springs office. I do have a lot of data to share with you all today, both about what has been happening just over the course of the past few months with respect to layoff and unemployment, and also a little bit of data to do some normalizing, I think, to look at what Pitkin County's economy typically looks like or looked like prior to all of this, just to establish a little bit of a baseline. So we'll kind of toggle back and forth between both of those areas. It is I apologize in advance, it's very graph heavy. So I hope not to bore anybody too much here right after lunch. Please feel free to interrupt me if you have a question specific to one of the graphs or any of the data. I'm happy to give you more detail or more information about any of that as we go along, just to help clarify things, because like I said, it's a lot of graphs. So
Jessica, if I could just remind, if there are any press who are watching or listening, you have updated the PowerPoint from what we put in the packet.
Okay.
And so that's available if anyone needs it. It's mainly unemployment numbers that came in on Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, for that. Yeah, it is a little bit different than what you all had seen. So nothing too crazy in terms of trends. But yes, it is updated for the most part with June data through the end of June. Okay. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So obviously right now with respect to what's happening with coronavirus, and I think that we're all probably experiencing this a little bit of a roller coaster. It seems to be a different evolution every day in terms of what's happening with the virus and what that means with public health situations. Of course, we had unprecedented and unexpected workforce layoffs and business closures. We have seen slow reopenings. A lot of those reopenings were facilitated through federal funding that came out in the form of the Paycheck Protection Program. And so we did see a big injection of federal funds to the business community to help bring workers back on to their payroll, regardless of whether or not those businesses were open and or if they were open, if there was sufficient demand. So we've seen kind of, some fits and starts there with that money. It's starting to, many businesses anticipated needing to spend it quite quickly. And so we've seen some folks coming back on the unemployment rolls who were reemployed through the PPP program, and then their employers exhausted those funds, and now they're being let go again, or potentially for the first time. So, there's a lot of uncertainty there with respect to business layoffs and whatnot. Of course, and Nan is clearly the expert in this one. There's been a surge in the demand on safety net programs. Unemployment insurance is a safety net program. It is housed within the State Department of Labor, which is where I work. Obviously, you all have seen that we have had a rapid and extreme expansion of unemployment. Federally, there's been the addition of what we call pandemic unemployment compensation, or PUC payments, to regular unemployment payments. That added $600 a week. That went into effect in March and is set to expire actually this next week. One of the things that we've seen in this economic climate, as we do in any type of recession, is a disproportionate impact to low-income workers. And we've also seen, just because of the nature of COVID-19 itself, a really disproportionate impact to tourism-based economies, or any economy that's really dependent upon the ability of people to travel and move freely. So just a quick summary of the current landscape. I wanted to show you all of this map. I don't know how often we have the opportunity to look at the state as a whole and kind of compare ourselves to our neighbors. And so I thought that this illustration might be helpful in underscoring what I just mentioned about this disproportionate effect to tourism-driven economies. You can see here that the areas that are in that darker red shade, for the most part, are all home to a destination ski resort, with the exception there of Gilpin County and Clear Creek, which is where Black Hawk and the casinos are located. So in our resort and tourism-based counties in the state is where we see persistently the highest rates of unemployment. Pickens County right now has the 4th highest unemployment rate in the state. That's coming in after Gilpin. San Miguel County, which is Telluride, and then Summit County actually edged a little bit higher than Pickens County for the month of June. And we'll delve into the unemployment rates a little bit more in a moment, but just kind of wanted to look at the state as a whole and see that picture. So for Pickens County specifically, this is again June data. Your civilian labor force, which is the number of residents inside of Pickens County that are working, is a little over 12,000, or were working, I should say, prior to the pandemic. Of that number, about 10,000 folks were employed, close to 2,000 were unemployed. Your official unemployment rate for the month of June was 16%. I just want to be clear that the unemployment rate is actually a statistical calculation. It's done based off of a survey conducted by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they extrapolate out what the rate's going to be at the county level based off of a survey of roughly 60,000 U.S. households. So you'll notice probably that if you did the math there on, just a simple division problem of taking your unemployed and dividing it by your civilian labor force, you probably aren't going to get exactly 16%, and that's because that rate is not calculated that way. So I just wanted to clarify for everybody who was doing a little back of the envelope math. Nationally, the U.S. unemployment rate is standing at 11.1. The state's unemployment rate has been pretty stagnant here at 10.7. We haven't changed a tremendous amount between May into June. For comparison's sake, in your neighboring counties, Garfield County's unemployment rate edged just below 10%, so slightly below the state's unemployment rate. And then Eagle County is pretty similar to where Pitkin is at 15.7%. Just for some relative information, your June unemployment rate last year was at 3.2%. So obviously a very dramatic increase for a normal June, looking at last year compared to this current year. This is a snapshot of the largest industries in Pickens County, and this is going to tie in quite closely to why your unemployment rate is higher than the state's average. We're going to look a little bit more at some of your economic data. Pickens County, here what we're measuring is the number of FTE, just a head count of how many employees by industry. And the little gray tick mark there you can see is what the national average is, so what we would expect it to be for a county your size if you were consistent with the U.S. average across the board. So the largest industry by a landslide there is accommodation and food service. This is not surprising for a resort-based economy. This data looks really similar for Summit County, Eagle County, Routt County. Government there coming in second. Somewhat surprisingly, you have fewer government employees than we would anticipate for a county your size, so less than the national average. Then arts, entertainment, and recreation. Ski industry specifically is classified as entertainment, and so they fall underneath their people who are direct employees of Aspen Ski Co. Real estate and rental leasing, retail trade, and then on down the line. And so, we know that because of the nature of the pandemic, we've had the highest number of layoffs in that accommodation and food service industry specifically. And so having the lion's share of your workforce employed in that industry is going to be what's really driving your higher than average unemployment rate for Pitkin County. This is a base industry analysis. I think that this is a really helpful way to think about what is driving business in your specific community. So base industry is really looking at what are those industries that bring money into your county. If a dollar comes into Pitkin County, what is bringing that dollar into Pitkin? You can see here that, not surprisingly, about 60% of the money that is coming into Pitkin County is coming as a direct result of tourism. That other income there includes things like dividends, interest, rent, transfer payments. So that would include, for example, SNAP or Colorado Works payments would also show up in that other income, but also interest and dividend payments off of investments. Retirees is just spending by anybody who's over the age of 65, resident or otherwise. And then regional services are retail stores, that kind of thing. Sorry, was there a question?
So just wanted to ask, where would the real estate industry come into this?
Real estate would fall underneath other income.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then, government, agriculture, and mining, just kind of tiny little shares there. So, in an ideal universe, when we look at a base industry analysis, what's really nice to see is something that looks like that Trivial Pursuit pie. Where you have different wedges that different colors but comparable sizes. When we start to see more than 30%, 40% of the base industry coming just out of one industry, we know that that local economy is particularly vulnerable to shocks, right? So that's kind of the 101 of economic development is looking at diversification. That tourism piece of the pie, again, this pie chart looks very similar to neighboring communities. I think Eagle County is also right at 59%. Summit County is actually closer to 70%, but it's pretty consistent with what we see in communities that are really resort dominated. So certainly not an outlier. This is another way of looking at kind of a similar problem in terms of lack of diversification across industries, and you also end up with lack of occupational diversity. And so, similarly to looking at the economic profile, it'd be really great to see those, multiple pie pieces kind of similarly sized. When we look at occupations, it's really great to see a diverse array of occupations because we know that what tends to happen in any economic shock or recession is that, one occupation or single occupations will have, get wiped out pretty significantly. If everybody's eggs are in that basket, then you know that you're going to have pretty significant issues related to unemployment. And so this gives you comparison across the 10-county region that I serve. And again, I think, it's pretty easy to see here based off of the counties, ones that have resort and tourism backbones have a lack of diversity. That's because we tend to have most of the jobs in the service sector. And then in some of those counties that, are in the neighborhood but do not have a tourism backbone, you see far more occupational diversity because there's more of a spread of jobs.
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Please.
It's always interesting when you look at stats, but I'm looking at Garfield County, and there you're showing an occupational diversity of about 75%, although so much of their revenue comes in from oil and gas, and when oil and gas pulled out, they really their revenue, at least for the government, tanked substantially. So there's sort of a
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I don't have Garfield County. I don't have this version of for Garfield County. I mean, I do have it, but I don't have it in the slide today. So if we were going to look at their pie chart, which is where is all their income coming from, you would actually see that looking at current data, they have more of that kind of, trivial pursuit pie. They have far more oil and gas and extraction, right? Your mining here is only a tenth of a percentage point. So you would see more diversity across their industries in terms of what's bringing money into the door. This particular data is just talking about what kinds of jobs do people have. And so, I'm sure you're familiar with oil and gas. What's kind of interesting about that is that when we look at a severance tax base, it's huge and very significant. When we look at it as an employment base, it's actually not an outsized number of jobs. There tend to be not a ton of jobs, but they're really great paying jobs. And then, of course, the tax revenue that's driven through extractive industries is hugely significant. So it's a great point. It's just we're looking at this data wouldn't show you that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Sure. This is something that, doing a little bit of, base setting here and thinking about Pitkin County's workforce prior to the pandemic. I think that this is really instructive and kind of will be interesting to think about what happens next for your resident workforce. This is one way of looking at underemployment. And so the blue bar here is showing you the jobs in your county. What is the educational requirements on the jobs that you have inside of Pitkin County? And then the little gray tick mark is showing you your population, what percentage of your population is at that same educational level. And so again, in thinking about underemployment, what we really would love to see is a really good alignment of the educational attainment level of the population with the jobs available locally, right? Anytime that the blue bar is really long and that little gray tick mark is very short, we have a mismatch. It's just not really efficient from an economic standpoint. So you can see here, those first two bars are either no formal education is required or just a high school diploma or the equivalent of that. About 70% of Pitkin County jobs don't require education beyond a high school diploma or a GED. But conversely, you can see if you look down at the bachelor's degree, you can see that you've got over 40% of your population, about 42%, holds a four-year degree, and you have another almost 18% that has a graduate degree or higher. So you almost have the inverse, right? You've got close to 60+% of your workers or potential workers, people who reside in your county, are very highly educated, much higher than the state or U.S. average. But very few of your jobs actually care if somebody holds that level of education. Now, again, this is something that we see pretty consistently across really beautiful resort economies because people often are willing to, forego professional pursuits at their educational level in order to live and recreate in a really beautiful place. So it's not surprising to see this, but I do think that it will be interesting to think about, as hopefully we transition towards recovery or some version of a recovery over the coming months and, up to whatever point that, we have a vaccine or we have, more of an ability to return to pre-COVID-19 levels of tourism, thinking about, knowing that your population is so highly educated, will they choose or will they be able to ride that out and continue to be a resident of Pitkin County? Knowing that, there's a pretty highly educated workforce there. And so will it be, a choice that they need or want to make to leave? And I think thinking about out-migration will be important going forward in order to find employment that's commensurate with the skill set that they already have, just because they are so highly educated. So just some additional food for thought. This is looking a little bit at your commuter patterns. Which obviously, Pitkin County imports a lot of workers. I'm sure that you are all well aware of that. The most recent data that we have, and this comes actually from the U.S. Census Bureau, is from 2017. So a little bit old, but probably still gets us in the ballpark of what's going on. A little more than 60% of the jobs in Pitkin County are importing the workers to your community. So it's a pretty high percentage of the jobs being filled are being filled not by local residents, but by residents of other counties. The majority of those residents are being supplied by Garfield and Eagle. You can see the percentage there. Obviously, there's a lot of jobs that are being filled by visa holders. We don't specifically have that data, but I'm sure that it's probably something that if you don't already have locally, that we could probably assist you in figuring out. the percentage of jobs that are being filled by H-2B and J-1 visa holders. That's going to be very important right now just because of the Trump administration's restriction on any foreign labor coming into the United States. I would anticipate that a very large number of your previously available positions were being occupied by foreign national visa holders. So if that's data that would be useful to you, we can certainly see if we can work with folks to provide that. So, you know, Pickens County, I think the population estimate was around 18,000 people. That might be a hair off, but I think that's the most recent thing that I've seen is about 18,000. So of those 18,000 residents in Pickens County, and this is looking back, again, this is 2017 data, there are about 10,000 that were employed in 2017, just shy of 10,000. Now, they might have been employed in Pitkin, they might have been employed in a neighboring county, or even worked for a company that was headquartered elsewhere, in which case they would show up as a quote-unquote commuter, even if they were working from home, but let's say for a company headquartered in Denver. So of your employed Pickens County residents in 2017, 62% of them were making less than $20 an hour, which is really significant. Of that 62%, about a third were making less than $15,000 a year. So, which is kind of staggering to look at, but, you know, this is, and again, 2017 data, but I don't think we have any reason to believe that it would have been substantially different if we had 2019 data. So knowing that, you know, your resident workers were already financially in a very precarious position to begin with before we dealt with layoffs, and I'm sure that Nan could speak more to what they're seeing on the DHS and community-based organization side, people without much of a safety net to turn to, you know, to begin with, right, because their wages were so low in a really high cost of living area. So, you know, I think, again, as you're anticipating long-term effects, or what does this mean for your residents, knowing that the majority of them probably didn't have any savings to speak of prior to the pandemic effects on the economy, probably helps with anticipating what our future needs going to be going forward. This is just looking at the unemployment rate for the last few months and comparing to some of your neighboring communities. You can see that April was really the high water mark on unemployment for everyone, and then we started to see, you know, declines. That's been pretty consistent across the board. Interestingly, we see the Garfield County didn't really have much of a decline between May and June. They pretty much stayed where they were at. But the rest of our counties, including Pickens County, did see a pretty significant drop. So you went from 20% in Pickens County in May down to 16% in June. So, you know, just some comparison data to look at where you're at relative to neighboring communities. These next two slides are really just going to be indicative of trends, and we don't need to spend too much time on them. I think what you'll see is that the trend is pretty much the same across the board, which is, you know, looking at the unemployment claims. When were people experiencing displacement from their jobs? And so we see this really big spike, obviously, you know, at the end of March, the beginning of April. That was when everything was shutting down. We went to the stay-at-home order. This secondary peak here is when the pandemic unemployment assistance, which is unemployment for people who are not usually eligible for unemployment, which would include contract, gig workers, self-employed, people who are not able to search for work because of health-related issues. So that's what the second wave is. And then we've seen kind of everything, you know, the weekly new claims have really slowed down since that second wave. As I said, I think we are anticipating potentially seeing a little bit of an uptick, but nothing in the universe of what we were seeing in April.
Greg?
I'm just wondering about comparison to last year on that one. Maybe that's what you're showing us now. Just, I'd be interested in seeing what a normal, quote, quote, normal year would look like.
Yeah, I can show you that. So I think that actually, I'm not sure that I have that slide in this particular deck, but that is data that we have that I would be happy to share with you guys. So, you know, when we look seasonally, you know, in any type of ski community, but certainly in Pickens County, we see a little bit of an increase of unemployment when the mountain closes down. So usually that's in April, May, you know, mud season, we'll see a slight uptick. But what were talking about in previous years for Pickens County, it would be going from maybe you know, in a month, 45 claims for unemployment in March up to say 200 in April. So we would see an increase, but we not at this scale, right? If that makes sense. And then usually what we see, and I think you can see this, going back a few slides to the unemployment data, unemployment for Pitkin in June of 2019 was 3.2%, which is still a very low unemployment rate. And so, you know, most mountain communities then will also see new unemployment claims come in kind of September, October, when, you know, mud season closes down before the resorts start to hire up again for the winter season. So we do see kind of like little dips in and around the shoulder seasons, but nothing significant. I mean, compared to this. This is that same data of just initial unemployment claims, but it's looking at, it includes all of your neighboring counties. So, you know, and this is just an aggregate head count. So obviously counties with higher population are going to have more claims. That's not really too surprising. I think that all this is to show that the trend that Pitkin County is experiencing in terms of a leveling out of new claims for unemployment is consistent across the region. It's not unique to Pitkin. Another way of looking at this for us is continuing claims. So those previous graphs are showing you a new claim, which, you know, obviously somebody gets let go or displaced or has their hours cut, so they file a brand new claim. That's what that graph was looking at. This is showing ongoing claims, which is also really important because it gives us a sense of, okay, so we had all of these people come on to unemployment, but at what rate are they then going back to work and coming off of unemployment? This is the data that's showing you that they're not really coming off of unemployment, right? So we had that big initial spike. We kind of, you know, peaked out in mid-May and have seen a decrease, but it's not a precipitous decrease in terms of people who are continuing to receive that unemployment payment in the county. And this is only for unemployment. It doesn't include the pandemic unemployment. There are two different systems and the data comes at different times. So this is only reflective of traditional unemployment. And this is, again, the same graph, including your neighbors. So mostly just showing that that trend is pretty consistent across the board, that we have not really seen those unemployment caseloads come back down yet. This is, I think, probably really important as you all think about what recovery might or could look like. And this is also something that we are paying very careful attention to in the world of workforce and at the Labor Department, because as I mentioned, that additional $600 a week pandemic unemployment compensation, that was a tack on that came in the CARES Act to anybody who's receiving unemployment. So if you got an unemployment check, and that includes the pandemic unemployment, you were getting an additional $600 a week tacked onto that payment. Colorado's maximum unemployment payment is $618 a week. So an additional $600 for most people was doubling, you know, what they were receiving, if not significantly more than that. I think our average unemployment payment during the last few months has been about $330 a week. That is expiring on July 31st, or the week that begins on July 25th. So the money is going away. I know that there's been a lot of conversation at the congressional level about something needs to be done because that is a significant cliff. I don't know that there's any legislation that seems like it is close to being passed. So what we do know right now is that folks that are receiving unemployment effective the week of August 1st are going to see a significant reduction in the amount of money that they receive. On average, it would be about 2/3 of what they had been getting is going to go away. That's really important when we look here at how many unemployed people we have and how many jobs are available across our county. So the green bar is showing you job postings. The State Department of Labor manages a system called Connecting Colorado, which scrapes any online job posting, you know, whether it's on the county government site or on Indeed or Monster. So we have a pretty good sense of how many jobs are out there. The kind of lighter blue shading here is showing the continuing unemployment claims, and then the dark blue is showing the the number of people who are unemployed per the official unemployment rate. And so, you know, again, this is a little bit of lagging data just because of the way that these systems report. But I think the takeaway here is that we have far more unemployed people than we have available jobs. And I do not believe that that data would be materially different today. Hopefully we would see a few more jobs, but I don't think it would be getting close to the number of folks that we have that are out of work. So one of the things that we're hearing a lot from employers is frustration that because the unemployment benefits are so generous right now that people do not want to return to work. Employers that do have jobs that are open are right now, especially if those are lower wage jobs, which is predominantly what you have in Pitkin County, are having a really hard time filling those positions. They're not getting applicants. Largely, that's a function of the unemployment compensation paying better than the wages that the job is offering. It's one of the reasons that Congress is having a very hard time figuring out what to do next, because this system of the PUC payment on top of unemployment has created a dynamic that disincentivizes low-wage workers from going back to work, understandably so. So once that additional payment goes away, we do anticipate that employers will have an easier time getting the positions that they do have filled. What is unfortunate for us is that we don't have nearly enough empty positions to fill, but we will have a lot of people who are going to be in very dire financial straits a week from now once that additional $600 a week goes away. So pending whatever congressional action is taken to kind of rectify that dynamic. So again, the data here is a little bit dated, but I think pretty consistent with what we've seen internally, certainly through the end of June. This is just another way of looking at unemployment claims. I think that it underscores the point that tourism and resort-based economies are being disproportionately impacted here. This is by, we kind of group different industries together and refer to them as a super sector. When we look at jobs that originate out of leisure and hospitality, which is the bar on the far left, it shows you the percentage of claims that are coming out of leisure and hospitality businesses. So any economy or county that is really heavy in accommodation, food service, those types of, hotels, that type of thing, is going to have a really significant percentage of the unemployment claims compared to counties that are not nearly so reliant on tourism. And then, just to kind of sum up some of the intermediate term effects that we're paying attention to from a workforce perspective. Obviously, as I mentioned, that end of the pandemic unemployment compensation, the silver lining there is that we should see an injection of workers into unfilled jobs that exist. Unfortunately, there are not nearly enough of those to absorb all of the people who are going to be losing that benefit. And so we do anticipate a dramatic reduction in income for low-paying occupations and probably almost certainly increased demand on social services. So thinking about, what DHS and your community-based organizations can anticipate, it'll probably be pretty significant. Of course, we know that, going forward, there's going to be likely permanent changes to where and how people go to work. Of course, many businesses are dealing with reduced capacity, either as an effect of largely from public health orders, and or because there's just not enough demand there. So we know that there's probably going to be some up and down in terms of how many employees businesses find that they actually need, depending on what tourism looks like, certainly thinking about going into the winter season. We do, of course, have increased remote work for many workers. That's not a trend that we anticipate reversing greatly, but of course, a lot of jobs, especially the ones that Pitkin County is heavy in, cannot necessarily be done remotely. Those service jobs are in-person jobs. We have seen some supply chain disruptions, thinking about like the meat processing and that type of thing, that may continue to impact a business's ability to operate, depending on what their line of work is. Employers, we know, are already rethinking their business models. What are their workforce needs? Unfortunately, scale is probably your friend in that dynamic, and so smaller businesses are understandably having a harder time. There's a lot to figure out right now, especially if you're a small enough business where you don't have an HR person, let alone a department, to help you tangle through all of what is required of you as a business. A lot of smaller businesses are really struggling on top of the workforce shortage and the virus impacts to their business. And then, of course, we know that any type of restriction on travel or capacity limits within businesses or specific types of businesses and event cancellations are going to really hammer tourism-based businesses, particularly as we start thinking about pivoting into the winter season and what is that going to look like. I did want to share, and I did have the opportunity to look through some of the other slides that were shared, so I think that you're going to get into this in much more detail. But one of the things that we've been looking at with other county boards of commissioners and just trying to think about what are the impacts locally is consumer spending. There is an excellent, this opportunity Insights Economic Tracker has a ton of different metrics you can track in real time. It's been very valuable for us. So this is looking at Colorado as a whole. Where's our consumer spending at? Down about 11% compared to pre-COVID activity. And then when we look at Pitkin County, that number jumps dramatically to where consumer spending overall is down about 33, 34% compared to pre-COVID. You can parse this out by industry. So you can look specifically at, like, for example, leisure and hospitality spending. Where is that at? So like I said, it's a pretty helpful tool if you're wanting to dig into some more real-time data on consumer and economic activity. And, you know, just in kind of the final piece that I have here, and then I'm happy to turn it back to Nan and folks for questions. You know, as we're anticipating the long-term ramifications on the labor market, one of the things that we know is that in any type of recession, a significant percentage of businesses that are impacted or have to go through a closure don't reopen. The best recent economic analysis on this nationally is estimating that 42% of the jobs that were lost as a result of the COVID-19 situation will not return. Now, of course, you know, depending on what your local job makeup looks like, that could be much higher or much lower, but as a national average, that's pretty scary. We know that, you know, automation was already kind of on a fast track and anticipate rapid increases to automation as a result of what has transpired over the course of the past few months. There's certainly a need to address skill mismatches. A lot of people who are going to be needing to navigate a career transition because their occupation will have gone away entirely. And then, of course, an increased demand for digital skills as we're kind of pivoting to things like, you know, Zoom meetings and whatnot to make workers much more functional in a digital platform. You know, prior to coronavirus, we were dealing with years of unprecedented low unemployment, and we were in a labor shortage. Certainly, we're not in that position anymore. So, you know, there is a potential benefit to employers who have been challenged in filling positions. If they still need to fill positions, you know, that should be much easier now than it was looking back 6 months ago. And then, of course, what does out-migration, specifically in tourist-based economies, look like? What is that going to mean as people aren't able to sustain continuing to live in a place that's so significantly impacted by the volatility of the health situation? You know, also on an employment front, we have seen several governments, whether that's at the municipal level or the county level, deal with staff reductions, furloughs, you know, sitting on those vacancy savings. I'm sure you're all deeply familiar with what that looks like. Cut to safety net community programs as we deal with tax revenue, decreases in tax revenue. And then, of course, you know, issues with education, childcare, schools opening, so on and so forth, are also a workforce issue amongst, you know, being a health issue and all other kinds of issues. So there's a lot to consider there, but, you know, at the end of the day, we don't anticipate coming out of this anytime too soon from a workforce perspective, and know that it's going to be a lot of, it'll be pretty bumpy for a lot of folks. So that's pretty much all I had for you, and there's my contact information as well.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a lot, and we also have Gabe to present on the higher level, so we could either take questions now or just hear Gabe's and have a discussion afterwards.
Let's go with Gabe.
So, okay, not seeing any hands go up. I do have a couple questions, but I can hold them for after Gabe's presentation. And Gabe might answer the questions during his presentation. So Gabe, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, so I don't know, I'll kind of give you a little bit of a background on this. Sometime back in, like sometime mid-March, we'd been working with the county on, growth indicators for kind of examining some changes to growth management and for the airport planning and various things. And so we sort of thought, gosh, this is going to be a big change here with this pandemic. We ought to start tracking some indicators. And so the timing is actually pretty good because a lot of this stuff is just starting to catch up. There's lag time on the indicators, and we're just getting to where we've got kind of, April and May data on a lot of this. It's not quite as speedy as as that LMI data is that Jessica was just sharing. So I'm just going to run through this stuff pretty quickly and add to the mix here. And the idea here is that we take these indicators, and so we're committed to tracking these indicators for a year of pandemic. So through March or April this coming spring. But this is all fairly easy information to track, and so there might be kind of an ongoing effort to track it. So the graphs here all kind of look the same, and 2019 is the yellow line, and 2018 is the orange line, and then the thick green one is 2020. So we wanted to start off, with the base industry. I know, it's easy to get carried away, and there's all these other interesting things going on in Pickens County, but tourism is still the big kid on the block economically for Pickens County, and so we thought we'd look at visitation indicators first. We learned in 2008 that the first thing to get hit with when anything goes wrong with the economy is occupancy, even if it's not a direct hit. But this deal, the pandemic, was a direct hit. And so, as of May, you're down 95% for the ACRA occupancy over 2019. Not a surprise, but you just don't see a drop like that. You just don't see that. That's something that's amazing. And also we know that the industry really works hard to try to keep that occupancy. They work super hard to keep that occupancy, around 35-40% during the off season, so everybody doesn't lose money. They've been working really hard on that, and so that deal was off this year. So big hit to occupancy, and then lodging tax is another way to track. It's another indicator of occupancy, and it's reflective as well of what the big hits were. But that's actually it's a direct impact on income, for earmark purposes, for marketing and that sort of thing. The City of Aspen lodging taxes, their available tax collections are a bit lagged right now for some reason, but you can see them on the way down in March. And then we have passengers, commercial passengers at the airport. So that's, that was already taking a big hit in March, and we anticipate that continuing to go down, knowing that, somewhere under half of your summertime visitation anyways, flies into AFD. So that's going to have there's a direct correlation between your visitors and people flying in into the airport, in and out of the airport. Basalt has lodging tax. They've got some lodging down there, and they had not as big of a hit, probably due to sort of professionals and sort of business stay continuing on down there, but big hit down there in terms of visitors, overnight visitors. I assume it looks the same kind of throughout the valley. These are not big surprises. Again, tracking the green line for 2020 against the past years. Pickens County sales tax. this is where we get in. I was talking with John earlier, about some of the surprises, and it's just really surprising to me that really year-over-year difference right now, year to date, versus last year. And I just did this math. So, but from what I can tell, we're down about 6% from 2019 overall. Like, given where we were May last year in terms of total collections for the year versus where we are now, total collections for the year, we're up, excuse me, that should say May, difference May versus last year, 3%, that top bullet there, so that's a little bit of a typo right here, that should say May. So May over May last year, we're up 3% on county sales tax. So these are like...
Hey, Gabe, is there an internet sales component in this after our sales tax rules changed?
That would be, yeah, Greg, that's a good point. And I think all of that came into, like somewhere around the end of last summer, 2019, by, July, August, maybe it was more like September, but I think it was like August, September 2019, all those numbers were included in this. So May over May, 2020 to 2019 may be a little bit unfair in that now we include those internet sales. Last year we didn't. Knowing how much those sales are is a whole different deal because the state collects that data, and I'm not sure that's a knowable quantity. It's something for sure. I just started thinking about that today, and maybe there's a finance director that has a trick up their sleeve for that, but you're right. So it's not a completely fair comparison. We might be a little bit higher. And you can see in January and February, before the pandemic came in, the collections are higher. And that could be just because it was an awesome year. It could be because of the internet sales are in there now, or a combination of both. It's probably sort of a combination of both, I think.
Yeah, and Gabe, we did start seeing internet sales ramping up in the first quarter, and I think if you look at 2019 in particular, that spike between February and March, that's when we really started seeing the internet sales come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they had, the legislation was January, and then there was like some kind of,
they had
people that
June.
didn't have it together. Yeah. So
I was going to tell you.
That is right there. Yeah.
Also, Gabe, I just wanted to point out that the silver lining is the timing of the COVID could have been a slightly bit better, being inevitable. It's just that everybody was planning to leave town at the end of March anyway. When you going back and looking at your other slides, a couple slides back, just how everything fell off. It did kind of coincide with the off season, and just imagine how much worse it could have been had everything shut down in the middle of the high season, middle of the winter. I'm struck by that, looking at, we dodged a serious bullet, even though things are grave now. I really think we dodged a bullet just with the timing.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. That would have stung a lot worse if that pandemic had come in, if it had hit here in late December. It would have been devastating. That's why right now we can say year to date, we're only down 6% because of the timing of the pandemic. Like, that's what saved us from being down a lot more than that. But interesting about the internet sales, because that's layered in there, and it's something, it would be really interesting to see if we could figure out what the quantity is. I'm not sure we can, but it'd be interesting to know. City of Aspen sales tax collections, these are all kind of on the same trajectory. Snowmass Village, this really shows you, like, this thing hit. March was a bad month for them, and then they were kind of like, because town of Snowmass Village is so much visitor oriented, they're back up to where they were in May. So, they're in good shape now. They're just down a little bit off of 2019, but the same situation with the internet sales. That applies to the county, it applies to municipalities as well. So there's a couple of fortunate things. The timing in terms of the thing happening just before the end of the season anyways, and then also the year after, the internet sales tax. I can't remember what that legislation was called, but now, you're paying internet, retailers are paying your sales tax. BOCC is up. Overall, this is the citywide or townwide BOCC sales tax collections. They've been up all year. They had a little dip in May, and then they're back up in June. So that's a big surprise. I mean, they're surprised too. Everybody, that's what their finance director said. Yeah, I'm surprised by that as well. So they're doing okay down there, sales tax wise. They're up 12% year to date over last year. Garfield's down a little bit. They're down in. Oh, by the way, we found out, Ann, your finance director pointed out something important about this, which is that and I'm going to redo this. That spike in February, that's actually December 2019. So the way the collections work and all this sort of stuff, this is a different deal. So basically, June is April. What it says is June here means that the sale occurred in April. So we have some lag time to figure out there. But so basically, and this is right before this meeting that we started to figure this out. So they were down 12% in sales in April, and then year to date in April over last year, down 1%. So, and April was kind of the worst month for a lot of folks. So, okay, so we're going to keep rolling here really quick. Indicators of activity. This is our famous, I don't know how many times I've showed you guys wastewater flows, but that's what it looked like. The black line there is 2020. You can see it pretty, and to me, the wastewater flows at the sanitation district are an indicator of activity, of human beings actually being there and doing stuff. So when we look at it month over month, we're down about 10%. So that's surprising. I thought that would be more, but still just from kind of a wow factor, you don't see this happen. You may never see that happen, that kind of a precipitous drop happen really ever again. That's maybe a one-time event. Municipal solid waste, so this is basically trash, kind of looks the same as your sanitation indicators. So you're down only about 1% in June. Things have come back up, down about 10% over last year total in terms of tons of municipal waste. Electricity usage, it didn't decline at all from what I can tell. It's down a little bit in April, but it's not really noticeable. The electricity use just doesn't seem to be related, especially for the residential sector, which is what we have here. And then general service is down a little bit, which would be all the commercial and institutional accounts, sort of non-residential accounts. So it is down a little bit. And that shows you, the decline in commercial activity, non-residential activity. And then as far as regional commuting goes, we have several indicators for that. We looked at the census on the map right now, and that's always outdated. This is indicators more lifetime. You've got Highway 82, big decline in average daily trips. You got a counter that counts continuously down there at Old Snowmass, so that's a handy tool to have. And it still remains down about 10% in June. So significant change in the traffic going up and down Valley. And a lot, not all of it, but a lot of that is commuter related, most of it. The ridership on RAFTA, this is the BRT, kind of the most, the bread and butter, Glenwood Springs to Aspen commuter route, way down. You're down 85% in May from a lot lower in April. Multiple factors there. Fear factor, less work to do up Valley, a lot at work there, but this shows you sort of a pretty serious outcome. And even the Grand Hogback, which is between Glenwood Springs and Rifle, had a similar decline and was also down about 64%. So this is more kind of reflective of the I-70 commuting that's going on. Some of that's going to come all the way up to Aspen, some of it's not. And then as far as construction and real estate, the best, the most reliable indicator and consistent one is the tons of construction and demolition solid waste intake at the landfill. And you can see a big decline when the industry was shut down in March and April, and then bounced right back up to 2018 levels, but it's still down compared to 2019 as of June. But it just picked kind of right back up to the trajectory where it appeared to be heading before the pandemic. And valuation, we need to wait a couple more quarters to really get a sense of what's going on. But, looking at first quarter 19 compared to first quarter 2020, we're down a little bit in new permit valuation and square footage, but up in, additions, remodels, redevelopment for unincorporated Pickens County. So, redevelopment's up. New construction is down. Not a lot we can say about that. I think we need another quarter or so to really be able to say what the impact will be on building. And then it's also for non-residential. Non-residential fluctuates a lot, but it appears to be mostly down over last year. That could be any number of factors. It may not be entirely an indicator of the pandemic. And then we're still kind of working on our building permit, but Town of Snowmass Village, we're not really going to know all the way how to compare this until year end because of the way they track their data. But it looks like with residential new and at least they're on track to exceed that, what they had last year. So as of May 27th. So we'll have to kind of gather some more data to see how this works out. I think a lot of the projects were already conceived of and funded, and that the impacts on the construction industry are going to be slower to show up. And then we've got real estate sales throughout the region. We don't have the second quarter yet, so we'll bring that in. That'll be more telling, but up through the first quarter, pretty darn good year for real estate. Lots of sales. It looked like it was ticking right along in Garfield County as well, and Eagle County. It was clipping right along. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. So that's kind of the end of that set of indicators for now.
Thank you, Gabe. There's a lot of rich data here. So, and I know we're at 2 o'clock, so I don't know if you guys want to have a brief discussion or think about a follow-up conversation. I think the point of all of this data is to really look at the broad, comprehensive, and profound impacts, of course, on the economy, individual, family, business, and overall economy, and to start to think about whether or not we can change some of these trends or how we impact these trends. In particular, what struck me was, Jessica, and what I lived through in the last recession is that employers managed with fewer employees from 2008 to 2009, right? And it stayed. That we reduced jobs, and now we're going to reduce jobs again. So either it's going to help with our housing crisis, or we're going to find a way to employ people and support re-skilled kinds of things. But anyway, I will, just one other thing is I heard Eagle County say yesterday, and this is just a quote, it came from Vail Health in a presentation. And they have data that says that the economic and the mental health impacts have far exceeded the physical impacts of COVID right now. And that's what we experience with the surge that just keeps going on around employment and loss of income and loss of viability.
Okay, we got lots of hands up. Let's go to Kelly first, and then Greg, and then Patty.
Well, I have to say much of this begs a strategic conversation on, economic interventions. But, what shocks me the most from this on a very immediate scale is just the loss of, essentially $1 million from households every week starting next week in Pitkin County. Just with the number of unemployment claims we have ongoing and that loss of the federal benefit, I'm very concerned about how on an individual basis families will mitigate that loss, and also what that means for our economic assistance programs, which I expect to see an uptick starting next month. And so, Nan, I imagine that's not a new thought for you. If that's something you want to
just briefly, we've been working with our community partners because, as you guys know, we suspended the economic relief program that we were managing. And through our conversations with our partners, including Aspen Community Foundation, Aspen Family Connections, the school resource centers, Catholic Charities, we've all agreed to have Pitkin County stay away from the economic relief, rent, utilities, and to steer people to the school resource centers if they have children, and to Catholic Charities. And I'm working with, continue to work with the Community Foundation around whether or not everyone is prepared for the surge, right? It's going to be another surge. It's a huge staffing component. By allowing our nonprofit partners to take on the financial relief, it allows our team to focus on Medicaid, SNAP, TANF, the applications that have increased 4 times what we usually have, and we expect them to go up again. We need to promote to people that they can get Medicaid, they can let go of their COBRA or their employee-related insurance if they can't afford it, right? There are things that we need to communicate. Continue to communicate the food pantries are available, that SNAP is available. Where we run into trouble, as always, and Jessica didn't talk about it, or maybe she referred to it, are the people who were employed under the radar. They're not documented, they're paid cash, they're not getting unemployment. They can't get the benefits that we issue, government benefits. And so that's a whole nother population that's out there that is a great concern to us.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Kelly. Those were a couple of my questions. One thing I noted, just with the electricity use, residential versus commercial use, I know it was, I saw a chart earlier in the year that said the commercial electricity use is down 28% because people just aren't going to buildings. Residential is up several percent because people are working from home. And so that could be an indicator of telecommuting and how we've actually changed the way we do business and the way we go to work. And that's going to affect, I think, everything going forward. I know a lot of people who don't anticipate going back, which makes you wonder how much empty commercial space are we going to have, and might that be modified, say, for housing in the future? The other thing, the striking thing, once again, as Kelly pointed out, is seeing that the unemployment claims are sustaining at that level. They're rising, but they're sustaining. And so I guess we can expect to see a spike there, looking at what the data that's been presented. So this is really important information. I'm very grateful for it. And Nan, thank you for your looking forward. I think in addition to trying to figure out how we can change these situations, we also really need to be talking about how we can adapt to it, because this wave is much bigger than we can't stop it, right? It's like getting bowled over in the surf. And there'll be exciting opportunities along with the scary possibilities. And I look forward to examining them. And our thanks, Gabe, and everyone else who participated in this.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Patty?
Yeah, as far as the unemployment issue, I know there are many in the community who've been hanging in there with that $600 more a week, waiting for that to expire and either returning to their previous employment or looking for other employment opportunities. So I'm not quite sure what will happen as of August 1st, if we'll see people just going totally off unemployment and going back to their previous jobs or looking for other employment where can helpfully balance that out. So those numbers, these numbers are going to be evolving. I think we're going to see some definite changes as of August 1st. And I think one of the issues too, we looking at people returning to work with our lack of childcare that we already had prior to COVID. We already had wait lists for childcare. Those lists, because of the limitation of numbers in childcare facilities, is going to be increasing. So, Greg, your mention of commercial space that might be an opportunity to create more childcare space. Maybe not so much housing, but maybe some opportunities for us to do childcare opportunities. So, and then bringing,
I love
yeah, and bringing those employees, either preschool directors or preschool providers, into back into work that aren't working and don't have opportunities to go back to work because they don't have kids in their preschool facilities to take care of. On a bigger picture, I think this information, I'm going to look at John Peacock here, I think this information and updating it as we move more into our budget process is going to be really, really beneficial to us, to see what's happening in neighboring communities, to see where the trends have been, are going year to date, this year, year to dates, last year and the prior year, will, I think, give us some assistance in trying to really figure out what we're going to do for budget in 2021 in our 5-year balanced budget.
Yeah, and that is the game plan, Patty, that we're going to keep tracking this. And I suspect I'm going to be really interested to see the July numbers and such, and how those might change, particularly on some of the metrics that Gabe was sharing with us.
Well, and another concern, though, going back to unemployment, you just made me think about Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, looking at now having to close down again. So here we are now running out of that 600 plus, a week that people were getting. If we don't get a handle, even in our own local community, on people helping us keep our numbers down, and we were to have to look at stepping backwards and closing down, we're going to have people going on unemployment without that $600, which will increase our need to help to find ways to supplement their sustainability. So, yeah, there's a lot to think of, but I think this information, Gabe and Jessica, who always does amazing presentations, helping us really focus on where our next steps as far as budgeting and finance.
So I would echo a couple of the same things that have been brought up. The loss of the $600 a week is going to be a huge impact. I think there might be employers out there who have not listed job openings, knowing that they're going to get their employees back. And so we probably will see more people getting jobs than was indicated on the chart. Because the chart showed that job listings they're looking for somebody totally new in that case. So hopefully that will play out. I think the very critical part will be having people comply with the 5 commitments to keep the COVID virus from resurging here. If we get a huge resurgence, and we're seeing that in other parts of the country where they're actually going back to the stay-at-home order and shutting down businesses. I read a report, or it was a letter to the editor today. A guy from Aspen is in Singapore right now. Everybody in Singapore wears a mask. Absolutely, you don't even think twice about it.
They have been for years.
He said if you traveled from Aspen to Basalt and back, you would have to go into 2 weeks of quarantine, even going that short distance. So people aren't traveling. They're wearing masks. The kids are in school. We're back in-person school in May in Singapore. Their economy is humming along as best it can, and I think that's critical to keeping our businesses going, that we can do it and we can have a ski season even with some people having the coronavirus. It's going to take a total community effort to make it work, and so there's a big unknown about how big our surge is going to be in the number of cases, and what the effect that will be on the economy going into especially next winter ski season will be critical. If we have to shut down businesses during the next ski season, that's really going to be devastating. So we need to plan ahead and try to get on the right track right now, and I think people are maybe starting to pay attention to that a little bit. Their jobs depend on it. Greg.
Nan, I think if there's an opportunity now just to talk a little bit about food security going forward into the winter, fall, winter, next spring. I think certainly I'm concerned about food security for our valley. And I know Food Bank of the Rockies has just been amazing, and there have been some federal grants that are taking us to the end of the year, food grants. Any forecasts that you can share with us?
The demand, it remains high. There are certain days when it might go a little lower, but the demand at the food pantries in Aspen, Basalt, and in Snowmass Village is high. So we continue to work with the food response team. Some of the pantries are going to move locations because the school parking lot from Aspen is going to move to the Buttermilk parking lot. We're trying to find, I guess, still a location in Basalt. Lift Up, remains closed up here. Our goal is to try to find a way to have them be open full time, so that we can actually accommodate people any day, not just one day a week with the food pantries.
Thanks for that. I was thinking that this might be an opportunity to put out a request if anybody has an idea of locations to, truck accessible, ideal refrigerated locations if possible, or a place that would accommodate refrigeration space and storage for a walk-in food pantry with two entrances and exits, and truck access, maybe at the ABC or somewhere. My guess is there may be commercial space freeing up that, might be, maybe a landlord thinking about that could start thinking about talking to Lift Up, because it looks like this may be an option for them.
Yeah, I think we can probably anticipate that food and housing and financial impacts are going to be significant probably for another year. And hopefully that's with us getting better, right? The disease going away.
Okay, so much food for thought in these presentations. It almost feels like we could have a follow-up meeting sometime to talk more about the economic consequences of this and our strategies for dealing with it. And maybe that will be part of the budget process, or we could make it part of the budget process perhaps, because it also affects what we can do as a county.
Yeah, it might be helpful if the Congress doesn't find a solution by August 11th to the unemployment, for us to come back just to give you a snapshot of what's happening and where the surge is showing up and what our community partners need to be successful helping individuals and families.
And Nan, you need to clarify the word surge when you use it, because people get confused. Is it a surge in our COVID numbers, or it's a surge in our COVID-related needs?
Yeah, thank you. A surge in the COVID impact needs, right?
Okay, surge.
Right.
If I could share just very briefly, one positive surge we're seeing is that the local farmers and ranchers are really stepping up. And this year, I don't think anybody scaled back as we feared they would. And I don't think anyone fallowed their fields in our region. And we're seeing a lot more output and a lot more interest. And there's still a tiny percentage of food security in our valley, but local ag is really excited and has been stepping up as best they can. And let's hope that they can keep going with that. Just it's a percentage. I think it's such a tiny bit, but as we saw, it's 1.5% of our employment economy. But we do see one local thing that just happened is that the T. Lacey 7 Ranch is providing beef now to the food pantries, and that has increased people's ability to get. I think they were getting a pound of meat a month for a family of 4. Now they can do a pound of meat a week at the food pantries. And that's with a local branch stepping in. And so hopefully we'll see more of that.
That's good.
Don't let Jordana hear that, though.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Jessica and Gabe, for coming to our meeting today. It's nice to see you on the Zoom screen. I wish we could see you in person, but maybe another time we can do that. I don't know, maybe we will keep doing these Zoom things so you don't have to put in all the road miles to get here to the meetings. So.
Yeah, I've burned a lot of gas driving to meetings, and I haven't burned nearly as much. My tires are lasting a lot longer this year. So. Good. But we are going to keep up with those indicators. So we've been working with Kara and Rich and Phyllis, and so the indicators will come back to you when you need them in the budget season, and when you need them, we're going to continue to update them, trying to update them monthly. And it was helpful to hear how Jessica talked about the labor force indicators. For me, that was really helpful because we're going to include those labor force indicators in our overall set of indicators, but we learned some things today from her, so that was super helpful.
Great.
Good. I just wanted to thank you, Gabe. Thanks, Jessica. I really appreciate this. This was really a good conversation and presentation. One number I'd love to see is if there's any way to compare just with our airport how general aviation activity has changed, if it has, compared to commercial aviation activity. I know there's been a change out there. We perceive something, but I'm just not sure what it is. I don't know if that's something that could go into the database going forward. Just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. We'll get it figured out. The passenger thing is easier, and then you have to get into this like T100 database that threw me for a loop a little bit for general aviation. But I'm determined to figure it out.
The NetJets that are.
Jessica, do you have anything you want to add?
I did just want to mention I emailed Nan the updated slides that I went through today and a couple other pieces of data that you had requested as we were chatting. So she has those to disseminate. And Gabe, I just saw the question that you had asked. The unemployment numbers are generated by the residence of the person filing the claim. So, people on unemployment in Pickens County, they could have worked literally anywhere under the sun. I mean, they could have been displaced from they could be a remote worker who got laid off from a job in California, and they'll still show up in your unemployment rate. So,
wow.
Good question.
That is a great question.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jessica.
Good to see you, Nan.
Thank you all. Nice to see you. Stay safe.
You too. Okay, let's jump ahead to Lisa McDonald's item. She's been very patiently listening to our economic discussion. So this is the 10-year celebration of the Healthy Rivers and Streams coming up. I don't know what the exact date is, but Lisa, tell us all about it.
Great. Can you guys hear me okay today?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, good. Well, I wanted to hop on and, today and share our plans with a new logo and talk to you a little bit about the 10-year board. As most of you know, the River Board, it was constituted in late 2009, and we met, I think, twice and did some informal or informational meetings with John back in late 2009, I think probably even in November. And then in 2010, we really took off running. So the board really wanted to celebrate those 10 years, and we still have 3 members from the original board with us. So at its October retreat, the program awareness really kept coming up. Kate Hudson had mentioned that she really wasn't familiar with the program. The people she talked to, they didn't know, we did grants and things like that. So part of the 2020 goals were to, really bring a lot more public awareness to the Healthy Versus program. So as part of the 10-year celebrations, we talked about doing a river event. We talked about doing a speaker series, and then of course, everything, the pandemic hit. So we formed a smaller logo committee and thought that might be a great way to at least get the word out there, celebrate, get that logo on some promotional materials. And so Lisa Tasker, Kate Hudson, and I met with Diane Schwiener, who did our original Osprey logo, and developed the current one in front of you. I don't know if that's up on the screen now.
It's not in front of us.
I'm dying to see it.
Oh, you haven't seen it? It's not there?
No, we haven't seen it.
Charlotte. Ah! How do I do that?
I don't know. Did you take my Osprey off the logo?
So Lisa, do you?
It's in the package, by the way, or it's in the packet.
It's in the packet.
Wasn't in my packet.
Wasn't in mine.
While you're looking, Lisa, I wanted to point out that you actually have 4 members of the original Healthy Rivers and Streams board here, because I was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm not really sure how to do this.
It wasn't in the packet that I got.
Just a sec here to see if
Can you do something, John?
Yeah, there's nothing.
I'm looking.
So Lisa, if you have it, do you have a digital version there on your computer? You could do screen share, and Jordan might have to enable you to do that.
Just print one out and hold it up. Use old paper.
Yeah, or do you have a paper copy and just hold it up?
I don't have a color printer here, so I only have a black and white version.
Lisa, if you have it digitally, you can share your screen.
Okay. And how do I even get out of Zoom?
No, you don't get out of Zoom. You stay in Zoom.
Okay, Lisa, so look at the bottom of the screen. There should be a green button that says Share Screen.
Yep.
And if you hit that, it should pull up other windows you have open.
Okay.
And then if you have one open with the logo on it, you click on that and hit Share.
All right. This might take me a minute.
Uh-oh, we're not sure what we might see coming from Lisa's computer.
Yeah, really. Let me get out. Am I still there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You can just email it to me if you want me to share it real quick.
Oh, but I want you to see it. I'm so bummed.
But
No, you could email it to Kelly, and then she could share her screen, because she is like a whiz kid at doing this technological stuff.
All right, let's try that.
So in 50 words or less, describe it for us while we're waiting to look at it.
Well, so we added the 10 to the logo.
So is it still the osprey?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The
good.
osprey and the bird, or the bird and the fish, and oh, my internet is so slow, you guys. I'm so sorry. Do you want to talk about something else and come back?
Yeah, try and send it to Kelly, and then she can share it, and we have other things we can talk about. Is that okay, Steve?
Sure.
All right, let's do that, and let me get this to you.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So it
I keep
does.
refreshing the email.
Yeah, it should
Oh,
have gone to
Bravo.
all board
You need to go to
members in
bed.
an email.
In an email when? Just now?
So I'm trying to.
Because it's not on the agendas packet.
Oh, maybe Charlotte's sending it now? How did you get it, Greg? You saw it, right?
I think it was in my packet.
Huh.
No. How did he get it in his packet?
Greg, do you have it digitally? You could put up
I'm
there.
gonna look for it right here. Yeah, dang, here it is. Lisa sent it on July 20th, or maybe before that. Sorry, a little earlier.
Oh, Kelly's got. I don't.
I don't see it from Lisa. Mama. Bridget, honey, I'm working right now.
I don't have anything.
Mother's work never ends, Kelly.
Okay, I'm sending it. Kelly, I'm sending it to you. Logo.
So,
And that,
I'm going to bring up something while we're waiting.
Okay, Patty, be
So,
talking.
we received information about the River District ballot initiative for the mill levy increase. I think I would like us to put that, give it some time for discussion, and with John Ely, and maybe with some communication with Healthy Rivers and Stream Board. Because from the information I received and read, I'm concerned that I don't see any real benefit to Pitkin County out of an increase from 0.255 to 0.5 mill levy. And I think if we were to try and sell that to the Pitkin County voters, it would be difficult when we were not able to apply it to any kind of benefit.
So, yeah, and there was the email from Kathy Chandler Henry. The River District was meeting today, apparently.
They had a big meeting today, but this was the
And
one
they were
from-
gonna be discussing the thing. She was hoping we would send a letter of support.
Well, Ken Newbecker wants us to support it as a Board of Commissioners. That was the
Yeah,
information we
and
got from
so I
him.
think we need to we probably should set that up as a,
Yeah, I think we need time to discuss it with John Ely and.
yeah, have a
and-
longer period
And
of
I would like
time.
to run it by the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, I like it.
So we don't have to decide that.
No, I just wanted to make sure we
need
had
John
some.
Ely involved in it, definitely, and he's not with us right now.
So I just want to make sure we had some time, if it's okay with you, Steve, to put
Yeah.
aside to discuss it. We can attach it
I
to other
did-
discussions. Yeah,
I
you said,
corresponded with John Ely on the topic earlier, so I think it'd be great to have him weigh in on it.
Yeah. And I don't know the timeliness of when we need to be, I think it's gonna be a ballot question, so.
we have till November,
we
but
have
I
till
think they want us
November.
to endorse it yesterday, and we haven't had the chance to discuss it.
Yeah. So getting back to the logo, so these are four choices, or four choices for us to look at, is that right, Lisa?
Well, there's two styles. So one has the tenure in it, and then the other is like the new normal is what they're calling it. And then the colors are just on a black background or on a lighter background, depending on, the media that it's put on. So she added the 10 for the 10 years and changed the colors a little bit in the wording to incorporate the green is kind of like a renewal and the regrowth, and keeping the river in there, and then keeping the 10 at the bottom of the 10 and the Healthy Rivers words, the kind of the river bed and bottom. So these are the boards that she developed, and on the second page, and I'll send you guys everything again, she showed a version of the current logo up in the upper kind of left, and how the new logo would look on a hat, how it would look in print on the very far right, if you can see that.
I want the hat.
I do too.
Border
It's
being
got my
one.
bird
So
on
you
it.
can do the 10 on the side of the hat, or, you know, and things like that.
I
So
like
then
that.
when after the tenure goes, then we can bring the bird back down, and he would look like that upper.
I like it. I like the 10-year version and the continuation of the new version after year 10.
Yeah.
I really like it, Lisa. It's well done. Because you kept my
Thanks.
bird in there.
Oh yeah, we can't leave our bird out.
It's
It was a really fun project. It was something fun to do during all.
Lisa, dare I bring up my issue with the lack of a space between Healthy and Rivers? Every time I look at it, I think there's a typo.
Yeah.
That's where
You know,
the
everybody-
fish
You know, we
is.
kind of have that. The subliminal message is, you know, heal thy rivers. You know, that's always kind of been the
Oh, I like that.
the-
I like
I-
that.
Yeah.
Then that means you need 2 spaces, darn it. Now you just, now I'm arguing for 2 spaces.
But I just wanted to, you know, the board was really excited about it. We had, you know, instead of a 10, we did an X, or we did the 10 in different spots. But we kind of felt that the osprey was kind of, you know, had its wing around the 10, and, you know,
I like
that's
it
a
a
way to
lot.
celebrate.
It is really beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. A little updated and new.
And this is the bird with the fishing line and hook, right?
I know.
No, that was great. That was a great live video.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all we really had for you. I wanted to share that with you guys, and if had any questions or comments, but sounds like you liked it.
We like it.
Well, I guess I'll take the hat even if it doesn't have the space. Oh, well. Okay.
The fish is in there. That's where
I'll
the
go
fish
along with
is
it.
tucked in.
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
All right, thanks,
All right.
Lisa.
Well, you'll see this out and around, hopefully.
Good job, Lisa. And along with a 10-year theme, perhaps you could come up with some of the bigger accomplishments of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board over the 10-year period. I think this would be a good year
Right.
to highlight where you've been, some of your big feathers in the cap, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah. We've met with Matt Annabelle and Diane Schweener, and Tim Braun is kind of a communications group, and part of what they had come up with was maybe even a flyer like we do in the newspapers or things like that. That kind of gave a little history of the board, and like you said, Steve, kind of our top accomplishments. So that's all in the works.
Okay. Other board comments on that? Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
I would just comment, I think that sounds like a really fun feature for a local reporter to pick up on.
Just gonna play here then. Yeah.
Like a weekend magazine article.
Yeah, great. Cool. All right. Sorry for the mix-up there, guys.
We got it,
Thought
we
was in
got
the
it.
packet.
Thank you,
All
Lisa.
right, cool. All right, talk to you later.
Okay, going back to the board open discussion. First of all, John, did you have anything that you had for board discussion?
The only thing, I think you or Kelly might have also been bringing this up, but we do need to submit legislative priorities to CCI. And so we're looking for a brief conversation, not a brief conversation. I guess what I should say is we had a brief period of time to solicit staff for items, and in other words, it went out yesterday. So I don't have a whole lot of items from staff just yet, a few recommendations to discuss, but would like to get some guidance if we're going to develop legislative recommendations for CCI. Typically CCI, the more that we can focus on something that would get bipartisan support or is administrative nature of the county, we typically have better luck getting those moved forward.
Clean up signs.
Statutory on.
Yeah, so we really had
I'd like to.
thought of, the first one that was mentioned was trying to get the backing of the legislature to get rid of the Dalwhinnie road cleanup signs, make it a state policy. I think it's really a bad state policy that the CDOT did that. I mean, I guess they're the ones who are responsible for it.
CDOT is responsible, and if you drive through Denver, the majority of the signs you see are either for marijuana or liquor stores on the highway. There are some for, like, there's the electric or property maintenance or property management company down Valley, but most of them, because I see them everywhere. I can't get them out of my plane of, my visual plane. They're everywhere. And they're just too big, and they're kind of circumventing the issues about advertising. Now we're going to be seeing, the Joe Camel cigarette ads up there, because they're obviously circumventing the rules and regs about marijuana advertising and alcohol.
We did
Well,
have
and
a-
I would, yeah, I mean, I think this would be a great thing to bring forward. We have to couch it, obviously, in terms of local, I think it's couching it in terms of local control, garners CCI support.
Good idea.
Better. So, maybe something along the lines of, these are not public safety signs. These are clearly like a revenue producing commercial sign that we should be able to have the authority to say yay or nay about their placement within our county boundary would be how I would maybe pitch it. I don't, I'll just leave it at that. But that's one of the ideas that I think we should bring forward to CCI.
Also, George?
Yeah, just piggybacking off on that, in terms of local control, we talked about this briefly a while ago in terms of having local control over licensing or permitting hemp cultivation. And I know that may gain some state interest because I think still the majority of the counties still do not allow marijuana grow sites. So here's another industry that may be sort of sneaking in between the cracks without having local jurisdiction being able to permit that. So we may think about that as well.
I know that Trent Bushner, who's a Yuma County Commissioner and very conservative, from a very conservative county, Cory Gardner's hometown, in fact, his dad grew hemp during the Second World War for the United States government on their farm in Yuma. And he knows all about growing hemp. He might have a different take. I mean, it would really be interesting to hear his take on it. And I think they were growing it more for the fiber for making rope was what they needed for the war effort. So
yeah,
that's an interesting discussion, though.
I'm not suggesting it's a mechanism to prohibit. It's just, again, going back to local control, local jurisdiction.
Yeah. So that would be a second item besides the road sign ones, the hemp, local control of hemp, because right now it's really in the hands of the Colorado Department of Agriculture, who is the ones who issue the permits. Greg?
Steve, you'll probably know more about this than I would, but I've had people contacting me about just the dearth, the scarcity of processors for meat, poultry, dairy in our part of the state, let alone our county. And I think it's a Department of Agriculture regulations that make it really difficult, say, to have a meat processor or a dairy processor, and so when Lift Up and the Farm Food Pantry program is looking to process meat, they have to go. I think there's some small operation in Delta, but usually it's Fort Collins or Greeley to process meat. So you think that's kind of crazy. I know the dairy processor that they go to is located in southern Colorado, way out of our 100-mile range, because dairy is just so hard to do it. And when you see the news about national big meat processors being contaminated, being hotspots for COVID outbreaks and pandemic outbreaks, you just wonder if there may be opportunities for smaller local, regional area processors for foods, especially if we're trying to produce more of our own food locally. I don't know enough about this, and I'm sure there are a lot of interesting questions. I'd love to pursue that and see if anyone else at CCI is interested. The other thing we're seeing also, and it keeps coming back, are the concerns people have about 5G. And I've always been a skeptic. I kind of usually come down on the side of the engineers and the physicists who don't think there's a big problem. But when you look at the dearth of research with humans on not only the high frequency that comes with the 5G, we think about short millimeter wavelengths. 5G is also going to include really low frequency wavelengths as well. And some of them really do have possible consequences for people. And the location of 5G towers proximate to populations might be a bigger issue. And as once again, as an engineer and somebody who believes in science and usually follows that, I have enough question marks that I'd love to see more research on it and more understanding and actual advocacy for it from the scientific and community before we just sit back and watch 5G roll through our communities. And I don't know if we have much control as we've been told, but maybe this is something we could be lobbying for, is more information.
Does CCI do much on the federal side? Would that be a NACO? I'm just thinking the 5G, Greg, might be a federal issue versus a state issue.
Yeah, good point.
And does CCI take the federal issues
Well, they really do it more through NACO.
Okay.
There have been some discussions on federal issues or some communications with the federal delegation, but it's typically, it is NACO who are the ones who do the lobbying. It would have to go as a NACO resolution, I think, is the way we would pursue that, because there's a time of the year when they are soliciting policy issues for NACO to take up.
It's usually for their conference they have in July.
March, the one in March.
It's
or
no,
July,
it's yeah, but they're doing everything. All of the NACO stuff is these quick little things online, and most of them are with people who are already on NACO appointed committees. So it kind of leaves out the majority of NACO members, but that's something I'm sure CCI would have a good answer to. So a question to be asked. And I'm not sure what we can even do at a federal level, since that ball's already, been out there rolling around the country. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't look into it.
And then, Greg, or maybe Steve, that I kind of roughly have this as loosening or changing regulations on meat and dairy processing facilities. Am I capturing that correctly? And if so, who would be a good contact for that you've talked to?
I think the best people we could talk to would be the agriculture extension at CSU. I've got some names for you there from the various economists we've spoken with and people who are running that program. And I'm not sure if it's loosening regulations, but maybe it's allowing smaller operations actually in to compete, because it did seem like they really shut it down, and perhaps it's time to take a look at that again.
Yeah, and I think part of the big issue is it's USDA regulations. So it's a federal government thing. Who is the overlying one that makes the regulations that then the states probably have to administer those regulations.
So it'd be Kathy Hall? Isn't it Kathy Hall who's our local, who's the isn't she she's Department of Ag, federal level in Denver? The previous.
No, she's CDOT. She's CDOT commissioner.
No, not Kathy Hall. Who's the other one from? She was president of NACO a couple years back. She's from Colorado
from
Springs.
El Paso County. Sally Clark.
Sally Clark. How did I get Kelly? That's what I meant. Sally Clark. Close. She's a good connection for us. I've contacted her about a couple of things.
Kelly.
Yeah, just to weigh in on this, any any legislation that we bring forward to CCI, Steve and I are going to have to like present and argue for. I would feel comfortable doing that for the Clean Colorado signs. I'm not sure I would feel comfortable doing that yet for this type of topic. So we would just need to decide if this is something the board really wants to pursue and be able to present it by September. I would suggest that maybe an approach would be similar to what was passed this year regarding the recycling market. You know, there was a legislation that was passed that essentially created a program to incentivize the expansion of recycling markets. So I don't know if that would be a way to get at that. Excuse me, I have naked babies running around outside.
George?
I'd have some concerns. We could be going down into a rabbit hole because then you're looking at local zoning. And when you look at our community caucus master plans, I'm not sure I know of any caucuses that would be welcoming a meat production, meat packing plant in their neighborhood. Maybe up in Brush Creek Village, Greg, but certainly not down in Emma. We've had that discussion in the past. So I'm just saying, I'm not sure we would have strong community support for something like this.
Yeah, my feeling on the meat packing is we need to do some vetting on it, I think, first and find out more information before pursuing anything. And then that one might actually be a NACO one also because
It would be. It's federal.
Also because it's dealing with USDA regulations.
Yeah.
And Kelly.
Yeah, just if we're done on this topic, I just wanted to float a different idea. I'm not sure we'll bring this forward via CCI, but I had mentioned it to John Ely and to Steve possibly about pursuing a non-consumptive water right connected to conservation easements. And so that is thinking about, the water rights that we've procured in our conservation programs and, giving us more flexibility rather than having to say continue consumptive use for agriculture on a property that we may not choose to continue agriculture on in our management plans, yet be able to put the water back in the river. So, of course, that's a weighty topic, maybe something to chew on, and bring forward via QQ, not CCI, but I just wanted to put that out there as for future discussion.
Yeah, and when I was talking to Kelly about that seemed like at least a 2-year project to get, probably a 3-year project to get something like that through the state legislature. Because when you start dealing with water rights, then you get every water attorney in the state of Colorado involved. And they have really weighty discussions about it. But it's still, I think, worth looking into that issue and trying to start moving it forward. I don't think we could do it for this year. There's so much preparation we would have to do. But I think we should start looking into it. So,
do we need to move to get into
probably
exec?
only want to take no more than 2, I would think, as suggestions.
I definitely think this road signs is
The
a great
road sign one is the one for sure that we'd want to work on now. What do you think, board? I mean, it seems like the one that could carry, get CCI support for it because it would be more of a local control kind of a thing, would actually be the hemp regulation at a local level that George suggested. I think that actually could gain some traction at CCI.
Because it goes back to local control.
Yeah, and just so everyone's on the same, I captured 5. You know, one was the CDOT road signs. The other's the local control of licensing, permitting of hemp grow sites, allowing regulation for smaller meat and dairy processing facilities in Colorado. 5G impacts research, and then non-consumptive water rights connected to conservation easements. So let's make sure we
I
got
think
those.
the first 2 are ones we could accomplish this year. The water rights one that Kelly brought up, I think is really something we need to discuss and digest and maybe start cultivating it for maybe next year's session. The year after. And the other 2, I think we just need to look in to see what the federal impacts would be, because I think they're both at the federal level, and I don't know how we would even, since we don't have anybody really actively involved in NACO, that might be a hurdle in itself.
I'll agree with Patty on that.
Also, before we started our meeting at 1, I asked Nan if she had any issues she would like to bring up. She said she has so many she can't even begin to describe them. But she said none of them were major things that she would do, suggest at this point in time. I think there are probably a lot of more minor issues. Although, having her put some thought to it, I wouldn't be surprised if she does come up with something of, a major importance kind of a human services legislation.
Yeah.
We could hear something back from ComDev or Brian Pettit too that we haven't heard yet.
Yeah, I would like, since we have to do that this week and before the board meets again, that if staff really comes for something that they feel is very essential, that we add that to our list and carry forward more than 2. And then we can have more conversations before our Mountain District meeting at CCI about them.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question. We have to have these submitted by when next week? Do you guys know? I didn't see that.
I think it's Friday, the 24th.
That's this Friday.
That's this Friday.
Highest time. Yeah.
And I guess we can just do
the top 2 for now, unless.
give just a brief, we don't have to have them fully described, I don't think.
Yeah.
But just get like the title of them in there, or just placeholder.
And did they send out, usually I get these, but
You get
I'm
a
not seeing
form or
them,
something, don't we?
The form that they wanted in.
I think there is a form.
Got it. I got it.
Yeah. One of the issues on the Dalwhinnie signs, and I'm not sure how many people got involved in the Diane Rutgers email chain. Greg, did we send that? Did that get sent out to everybody?
Her concern being, first it started out being the trash, then
Yeah.
she migrated into the speed limit.
Well, she's been picking, she lives in Twining Flats area. And every week she goes out and cleans up the highway, and that along there, that's actually part of the Picken County stretch of road. Also the Dalwhinnie stretch of road where, so it's like, who is responsible for
Dalwhinnie
cleaning
is,
that up? If Dalwhinnie is not actually doing it, that should be part of our
Dalwhinnie
department.
pays the state
Pays the
to
state
do
to
it.
do it. But she is collecting a whole big bag of trash every week from that stretch of highway.
There's been a lot of construction waste because there's been a lot of construction vehicles that aren't being covered driving Highway 82. So we need to get that word back out there, maybe through the landfill. Greg, I don't know if you've noticed it, but I have noticed the guys just don't put down their automatic covers, and I think that's the law.
Yeah, and so that's a separate issue, something we can deal with at the county level and start enforcing either at the weigh
landfill.
station, at the landfill.
They
would be the
usually
place
report
to
it.
start on that, but
Yeah.
and her speculation is they hit that straight stretch and they all speed up, and if they don't have their load properly covered, then the stuff is blowing out.
Their lunch gets blown out a lot.
Yeah.
So we need to
I
go.
suggested, Diane, to ship it to Dalwhinnie directly.
They're right over here. They're open now in town.
That's where, just take it down there, Diane.
In a covered truck.
Okay, let's see.
Do we need a motion to go into exec at this point?
Well, I'm not quite there yet. I had a couple of other things. I'm just gonna
Okay.
say them, the title of them. We're not gonna discuss them at all. We can take them up at a future meetings. One has to do with the Alabaster Mine at the bottom of Avalanche Creek. Has applied to extend their temporary closure. There's a process at the state that is happening. And John Ely was going to tell us some about that, and he might actually want to tell us some about that in executive session, possibly, but anyhow, that is an issue that's out there.
And actually, Steve, John wrote, he got stuck in the River District meeting. He meant to be here for open discussion.
Okay, that's what I figured. The other one is we need to decide the Board of Health appointment, and you just got back. You need to go back and
see the interview.
Look at the interview of the second applicant.
Did we find out if we can have any more members of the Board of Health?
It would require a change to the bylaws, which and it does take up some staff time in terms of.
Too bad, because I'd really like to have a mental health. Does the second candidate have mental health background? I don't believe.
She does have some mental health
she?
background. She's more general. She's actually.
I'll pull it up and watch it. Sorry, I didn't even.
Yeah.
I just got back last night late, and I didn't even think about it.
So anyhow, we could do that. Another week. We'll have to do that, but we all need to be thinking about it, and you need to look at the video.
I need to look at the video.
Yeah.
I'll put it on my schedule.
So we can. We have our board membership reports, which. Does anyone have anything that's pressing, that's like really timely and important and pressing on your other organizations that you participate in?
I don't.
Anything super timely or pressing, I do want to, I put together a summary of the legislative items that passed via our various advocacy groups. So I'll just clean that up and email that to you all for a glance. And then I also want to make sure that everyone received the CCI newsletter that had the new list of county authorities and mandates in it. And if you didn't, I can forward that as well. I just sort of assume we're all on that CCI email chain. I don't know that.
I don't know if I got that. Kelly, would you send it on to me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
Sure.
Maybe just send it out again to everybody, because I had actually been looking for that and I missed it. But usually you can get it off of their CCI newsletter too.
And then I just had one more quick open discussion thing. Really, I guess this is for John Peacock. So I'm an alternate on the statewide board dealing with the coronavirus fund allocation, the $275 million that's coming through counties. Special districts are able to access that fund, that fund through that mechanism. And I noticed that the Aspen Hospital District has not applied. There are other hospital districts that have. So I just wanted to maybe put that through you to get to Dave. Some of the other districts in our area, like Carbondale Rural Fire, applied. I'm not sure for what. We'll have to go through figure out what the criteria are to refund things and then what people are applying for. But the hospital district seems very straightforward. And the max there for special districts is $500,000.
And yes, I will talk to.
That's a good
David
point.
about
Really
that.
good point.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted, there is actually something about the senior services. I wanted to let everyone know that the Thursday lunches are temporarily ended for now. So it's really a food security issue for some of the seniors. They're only doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday until sometime in the future. They hope to start that again at some point. But there could be seniors in the community who are getting less food now from the senior center and, you know, possibly facing some food shortages in their lives. So just to let everyone know that. Okay, so I think we've covered a lot of ground. I don't think there's anything more for open discussion. So let me get out the citation for the special meeting. So I'll call a special meeting and entertain a motion to go into executive session for purposes of sale of county property, personnel litigation, scope of the 1041 code provisions, personnel compensation, public health order enforcement, all pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B.
So moved.
So Patty moved.
Second.
George seconded. All in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
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 Okay, we are in executive session.